Hello, hello. Oh, yes.
Okay, so if everyone can turn their mics on.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm calling the regularly scheduled Rent Stabilization Board meeting for Thursday, January 16, 2020. Happy New Year, everybody. So, Amy, can you do the honors for the roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Alpert.
Present.
Chang.
Here.
Mendonça.
Here.
Poblet.
Here.
Solosky. Sotovihil.
Yes.
Microphone.
Yes.
Thank you. Tregu.
Present.
Laverde.
Present.
I did not call Commissioner or Vice Chair Simon Weisberg because we know that she is coming late.
Yes, Commissioner Simon Weisberg is representing the Rent Board at a meeting organized by the city manager, and so she will be coming later to give us a report of this meeting. Okay, thank you very much. Can I get someone to approve the agenda? Nobody to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to modify the consent item 4B and put that as the first action item, which would be 8A1. That would be the new 8A1, and the current 8A1 would be 8A2. Move that in front of item 6, which is the appeals at 8 o'clock, if we can squeeze that in. Do you think we could squeeze that in? With the, how long is that special presentation for the census?
Approximately 30 minutes.
Okay, well, then we can hold off. I won't change the appeal order, but moving consent item 4B as new 8A1.
Do we get a second?
Any other modifications? Is that okay?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Okay, so it's moved. How about, okay, do we have anybody for the public forum?
No, I have no cards.
No cards.
Sorry, can I should have done this before, but can we also, without objection, adjourn in the memory of former East Bay Regional Parks District Board member Whitney Dotson tonight?
Yes, and actually, thank you for reminding me. I would also like to adjourn in honor of the four moms of the Moms for Housing and the women who were unceremoniously evicted by the sheriffs as if they were terrorists. So yes, I would like to.
Without objection.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Tregu, can you spell Libby's last name for me, please?
Dotson, D-O-T-S-O-N. Whitney.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
If the appellants and the respondents aren't in the room by the time the special presentation is concluded, I think it's appropriate that we go into the action items.
Well, that's how we usually do it. So
Okay, I
we
just
have
wanted to
two
be clear to the
appeals. We have an
audience.
appeal at 8 o'clock and we have an appeal at 8:30. So, okay.
You can take the appeals whenever you like, you just can't take one before 8 o'clock and one
Correct.
before 8:30, but you can
Yep.
take it, you can
Yep.
push them back however you want
Yep.
to deal with the other items on your agenda.
Okay.
So we're on consent.
So now we're on consent. So do we have approval of the December 19 regular meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. And then we're moving 4B to the top of action items. Okay, so now we get to go to consent, to our special presentation.
Oh, actually, we need to vote.
Oh, yes, sorry, I always forget that. So let's take a vote on the approval of the agenda and on the consent items. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, thank you very much. Now we move on to our special presentation. Here from Alameda County, the 2020 census, we have Ms. Alessia Simmons, the Outreach Manager for the Alameda County Complete Count Committee. So come on forward to the table there. Yay.
And Chair, sorry, if you can just give me 1 sec just to,
Yes, sure.
We're blacked out. Because she's going to project. Gotcha.
Oh, yay.
All right, great. My name is Alessia Simmons. I'm the Outreach Manager for the Alameda County Complete Count Committee, working to ensure that all of our hard-to-count community in Alameda County are included in the 2020 census. So thank you all, commissioners, for having me here today. So I'm just going to present on the importance of the census and talk a little bit about how renters are actually considered part of our hard-to-count community, and how we're doing intentional outreach to ensure that all of our community are included in the 2020 census. So without further ado, I will jump right in. So the census is important because it gives us really critical demographic data about our community. So it asks about sex, it asks about race and Hispanic ethnicity, and this critical demographic data is used to enforce equity laws like the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. The census also, which is conducted once every 10 years, determines our political representation. So shortly after the census has been conducted, local governments will start to do their redistricting process. So it also determines our voice. And one of the really prominent pieces of this census is that it determines funding decisions for the next 10 years. So programs like SNAP, WIC, affordable housing, shelter housing, Section 8 voucher programs, all of those programs are funded based on census data. And each person that's missed in the count equates to about $1,000 lost per person per year for 10 years. So over 10 years, that's $10,000 lost. Additionally, if we undercount by only 6% in Alameda County, we could lose $1 billion for all of these really critical programs. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of my skis here, so I'll just jump right into census by the numbers. So as you can see, 675 to $800 billion are allocated based on census data. And as I mentioned, it funds very critical programs, as well as programs associated with education, as I mentioned, housing, also where they're going to build roads and do different infrastructure projects as well. Healthcare funding is determined by census data, and also those critical social service programs that I mentioned earlier. Alameda County receives 60%, so more than half of our funding comes from state and federal resources that are determined by census data. As I mentioned, 6%, a 6% undercount would equate to $1 billion lost over 10 years. So the census itself is only about 9 questions. It asks 9 questions of person 1 and only 7 questions of the other people at the residence. So it only takes about 10 minutes to complete. So the sort of quick, pithy way we like to let people know that it's really impactful, but also only takes a little bit of their time, is to say that in just 10 minutes, you can bring $10,000 back to your community. All right. This particular census is sort of, and I'm going to talk about this later in my presentation as well, but the 2020 census is going to be very difficult to conduct because we are living under a very trying a political climate. The 2010 census was a very well-funded census, was conducted arguably under a more politically friendly climate, and we still missed 1 million children nationwide. So this particular census is going to be very important for us to really intentionally reach out to our hard-to-count communities. All right, and these are examples of some of the programs that I mentioned, our social service programs, SNAP, SCHIP, which is healthcare for low-income children, the Women, Infants, and Children program, foster care, LEAP, which helps low-income folks be able to pay their energy bills, and then, of course, housing, transportation, and then Title I, school lunch, Head Start, and special education, as well as foster care. So those are these are just a handful of the programs that are funded based on census data. All right, so as I was alluding to, this particular census is going to be very difficult to conduct, and that is why our team exists. So the Board of Supervisors put our team together, also allocated $1.5 million, and we've used those funds to invest in local community-based organizations as well as faith-based organizations to act as our trusted messengers in the community. So one of the really big pieces of our work is investing in trusted messengers. So folks who come from those hard-to-count communities, we want to invest in them so that they are the ones who carry this message about census and its importance, and to really motivate those folks in those communities, because our program really was just put together just for the census. So when the census is done, we will frankly be out of jobs. However, there are all these folks like the church pastor or the public health nurses, et cetera, who are really working with these folks day in and day out. And so we are investing in them to really provide this information to other hard-to-count folks. So why is the census going to be so hard to conduct? So first, as I mentioned, this is a very trying political climate. There's a lot of fear and distrust in our government, and that is from the anti-immigrant, anti-people of color, et cetera, rhetoric that comes from the very top. And just based on fear and distrust alone, the Governor's Accountability Office predicts a 17% decrease in self-response. And as I mentioned previously, if we undercount by only 6%, then we would lose $1 billion over 10 years. Additionally, if California undercounts bad enough, we could lose up to 2 seats in Congress. So the political ramifications of that are really dire. This census also, which already is being conducted under a climate of fear and distrust, it's also going to be the first census in history to be conducted primarily online, which will raise additional fears, right, about putting your information online with all of the news, et cetera, about hacking. Also, not everyone has access to broadband and Wi-Fi in their homes. So, and then also our communities who are not computer literate are going to be alienated at first. I will talk a little bit more in depth on the ways in which you can take the census. However, for the first few weeks, you will only be able to take it online and by phone. So first digital census. Additionally, the Census Bureau itself is having to conduct a more difficult census with half as many resources than it had in 2010. And as I mentioned previously, we missed 1 million children nationwide based on the Public Policy Institute of California study. So the Census Bureau enumerators who are going to go out and follow up with people who have not self-responded to the census, which will be around May, they usually take up to 6 times to attempt to reach someone at their door. Because their resources have been cut, we expect them to only attempt to contact them 3 times. After they've expended their times to attempt to reach the person directly, the Census Bureau does something called enumeration by proxy, where they will go to a neighbor and ask the neighbor questions about you in an attempt to get your census information. which is creepy on all sorts of levels. But the point is that we are really concentrating our outreach efforts on this self-response period. The census starts on March 12th, and so enumerators won't be sent out until about mid-May. So that really is sort of the sweet spot for outreach. So because all of this divestment from the Census Bureau, the first digital census, and fear and distrust, there's been a lot of really exciting things happening locally. So the state of California has invested funding throughout the state and to different counties and statewide administrative, CBOs, et cetera. Alameda County, as I mentioned, allocated $1.5 million just to concentrate outreach here in Alameda County. And then also, there's private funding from the East Bay Community Foundation and the United Way of the Bay Area. So there's a lot of sort of different pots of money that have been invested in Alameda County and in Region 3, Alameda County, and then also statewide. And we've been able to invest in some of our cities. We're going to be actually training all of our cities, which includes the city of Berkeley, on how to really engage their community in the census, how to walk someone through their census form, et cetera. We will also be providing all kinds of printed materials, et cetera, but I will talk more about that later in my presentation. So these are the three ways that you can take the census. So as I mentioned, the census starts on March 12th. Starting on March 12th, households are going to, can expect to receive a letter in the mail from the Census Bureau. And it's going to have instructions on how to go online or call the Census Bureau. This option is going to be available in 13 languages, which includes English. So online and by phone, you can take it in English and also 12 additional languages. And then after you get that first letter in the mail, you'll get 2 additional reminder postcards. If you still don't complete it by the 4th time the Census Bureau tries to reach you, you'll get a paper form in the mail, and that'll be around April 8th. The paper form will only be available in English and Spanish, and you'll only get that bilingual form if you live in an area that has a certain threshold of Spanish speakers. In addition to those 13 languages, the Census Bureau has put together language glossary guides in 59 different languages. However, these languages, which it's great, however, these languages are based on national language needs. So there are some key languages spoken in Alameda County that are not going to be covered online, by phone, or on paper. So some of those languages are Mongolian, Tibetan, Hmong, and a few others as well. Yep, as I mentioned, folks will first get a letter in the mail starting March 12th. Then they'll get a postcard. Then they'll get another postcard. Then they'll, by around April 8th, they'll get that paper form in the mail. They'll get one more reminder postcard, and this will be towards the end of April. And if you ignore all of those prompts from the Census Bureau to get you to self-respond, then they're going to send those enumerators out to the doors starting in May. All right, so that's sort of concludes what the census is, et cetera. So who gets counted? So this question gets brought up a lot as we are living within a housing crisis. There's multiple families all living at one residence. There might be a renter who is renting just a room in a home and has a very informal sort of agreement between the landlord and the tenant, et cetera. However, in the Census Bureau's eyes, everyone at that one address gets counted on that one census. So when you receive that letter in the mail, it's not going to be addressed to you as like the homeowner or the main renter, et cetera. It's just going to say resident at and the address. So if there's multiple families, like I'm showing on the slide, say there's an accessory dwelling unit, there's the friends that are upstairs, and then also a family downstairs, all of those folks would all get counted on the one census form. One of the ways that we are actually asking that Casey really wanted me to bring up today is that in the February mailer that goes out, if we could include some kind of messaging, like a half sheet or a full sheet that talks about who all gets counted, and also to really reinforce privacy and the security that ensures that your data is actually not ever going to be shared, not even with your landlord, not even with ICE or anyone else. So that law that I'm referring to is Title 13. So once the Census Bureau collects your individual data, it is against the law for them to share that individual data with any outside party. So it could be the president, immigration enforcement, et cetera. They cannot access that information. It's completely against the law. Additionally, the law has been strengthened over the years to add language and also to disaggregate the data that's published so that your answers really can't be traced back to you. So that would be great to have that, really clear information in the February mailer would be really awesome. Oh, and one more thing about who gets counted, babies. So as I mentioned, we missed 1 million children nationwide, and children 0 to 5 are the hardest to count demographic. They get missed by their parents, unfortunately, or maybe are in between, say, mom and dad, or mom and mom, et cetera. And so one might think the other counted them. There's all kinds of complexities to that. However, if there's a baby that is born on April 1st or before, then that baby gets counted on the census. The census is oriented on April 1st. Specifically for folks who are might be in sort of couch surfing, et cetera, or if there's a child who splits their time exactly in half between their parents, they are counted where they are on April 1st. All right. So as I've been alluding to, these hard-to-count populations that we are really targeting, 26% of our community are considered hard to count. So that includes our immigrant population, people of color, young children, as I mentioned, renters and frequent movers, people with limited English proficiency, low-income households, are people experiencing homelessness as well. And I'm going to talk more about people experiencing homelessness, the Census Bureau's plans to count them, et cetera, and what we're doing to advocate for a complete count there. Large and overcrowded households, senior citizens, people without high school degrees, people with disabilities, households without computer and internet access, and then also people who have been or could be targets of law enforcement. So these are the communities that we are really intentionally reaching out to through all of our partners. The map that you're seeing in front of you is a GIS mapping tool. All of the boxes that are outlined represent a census tract. And the darker the box, the harder to count that particular tract is, based on 2010 data. And it's based on the California Hard to Count Index. In fact, you can go on the California Complete Count Committee's website and actually access this map and zero in on your own census tract, or any census tract for that matter, in California, and learn about why that particular tract has been labeled very hard to count. And it's because it has these particular demographics and has historically had low response rates. One good thing about this map is that while people are, during the census period after March 12th, we are going to be able to see the response rates. We're going to be able to see the hard to count census tracts and the response rates in real time for folks who are completing the census online and by phone. And so in about mid-April or so, early to mid-April, we'll be able to, reevaluate our outreach and, maybe have a census event or, we provide some funding, et cetera, to partners that are in those census tracts. In addition to seeing the response rates, we'll also be able to map out where all of our partners are, where all of the questionnaire assistance centers are going to be placed, and where all the census events are as well. So this is really meant to be a really rich resource. Great, and then so what will the census ask? So as I mentioned, it's going to ask 9 questions of person 1, and the questions include how many people live at this address, whether the property is owned or rented. It's going to ask for your phone number. The reason why it's asking for your name and phone number is, the reason why I ask for your phone number is so that in case, say, 2 people complete the census for one address, and the Census Bureau needs to determine whether it's a duplicate or if they need to merge those censuses, et cetera. They'll give you a call to clarify. They'll also ask about sex, which unfortunately is only the binary male-female option. They'll also ask about age, date of birth, ethnicity, and that's whether you are of Hispanic origin, and then race. And then also how the residents are related to each other. So person 1 would fill out all of those 1 through 8. And then for person 2, it'll ask what their relation is to person 1. So that's the census questions. As you all know, there was a lot of hysteria around whether the census was actually going to ask a question about citizenship. Which it's not going to be asked at all. However, we know that there was a lot of news around it, et cetera. So we really want to reassure our immigrant community that the census is not going to ask anything about citizenship or immigration status, because I know this really struck fear into the hearts of our immigrant community. All right, and this is the privacy law that I mentioned earlier. It's illegal for the Census Bureau to disclose any of your personally identifiable information. When a census enumerator takes their census position, they actually take an oath of office. And if they violate this privacy law, then they would have to pay a fine of up to $250,000 or spend up to 5 years in prison. Additionally, personally identifiable information cannot be used against any of the respondents as well. All right, so cybersecurity, another anxiety around completing the census is, should I put my information online? However, the Census Bureau, we know, is taking specific precautions. So they have sophisticated data encryption. They're monitoring suspicious activity. One of the ways that they're preventing suspicious activity is by buying up websites that could look or sound like the census website. And also in terms of protecting the data collection devices, if an enumerator, for example, loses the device in which they are, am I over time? Oh, no. Great, okay, sorry. If the enumerators who are out collecting census information, they'll have like electronic devices. If they lose that or if it gets stolen, they have like 1 hour to report it stolen, and then it gets killed. So no one can, mine any information from that. So those are some of the things that they're doing to protect our cybersecurity. All right, so one of the most asked questions in all of these presentations that we've been giving is, how are we going to count all of our people experiencing homelessness? This issue is really top of mind for us. We know from our HUD numbers that we have more than 8,000 people experiencing homelessness in Alameda County, and those are the folks that we were able to actually enumerate, right? So just to walk through the process on the Census Bureau side, they have what's called a group quarters enumeration. So under group quarters, that is how they're going to count people who are in prison, students who are in dorms, senior citizens who might be in long-term care or nursing homes, et cetera. Any sort of living situation where everyone living in the building is receiving a common service, they get those facilities are going to get contacted by the Census Bureau. And they'll be presented with options to enumerate those folks. So that's group quarters. Within group quarters, which is like an umbrella, within group quarters, there's also service-based enumeration. So this is gonna happen over the course of 3 days from March 30th to April 1st. And so the Census Bureau is gonna contact soup kitchens, mobile food vans, shelters. They're going to contact ideally the health clinics and the showers as well. There are a lot of these new programs that were not necessarily in place in 2010. And they're going to contact them and then go and interview and distribute the census to those folks who don't have an address and are accessing services. There's an additional operation that's going to take place over 1 day, which is called TNSL, which is Targeted Non-Shelter Outdoor Locations. So folks who are living in encampments or living in their cars on the street, et cetera, the Census Bureau is going to do its version of a point-in-time count. So, and that's only going to take place over 1 day. So that is wildly inadequate for the population that we have. The way that we have been sort of coming up with our outreach plan is through our 13 different subcommittees. So we have a city subcommittee that the city of Berkeley participates in. There's also one for health, LGBTQ+. There's also a people experiencing homelessness subcommittee, which is made up of service providers and advocates of people experiencing homelessness. So really the experts on the ground, right? In these convenings, we've convened these subcommittees 3 times over the course of 2019. We had a census solutions workshop, so we really use these as sort of think tanks to really inform us and to really educate our team on these populations. Why would it be difficult for them to complete the census? What does the community need to know to complete the census? Who are the trusted messengers? So in that unhoused subcommittee, we've been really hard at work to really come up with a comprehensive plan to support a complete count among people experiencing homelessness. So one of the things that we learned is that people experiencing homelessness are the trusted messengers among other people experiencing homelessness or people with lived experience. So one of the questions that we had to the Census Bureau was that, can these people be hired to do this enumeration? An additional question was, what are the staffing levels for these enumeration operations and how much time will be allotted? One of the things that we know is that the data that they were working with was, could be out of date. Our understanding was that it was from 2010. So what the sort of project that we took on based on the feedback that we got from the Unhoused Subcommittee was to compile a comprehensive list of all of these different homeless service sites. So we did that, also obtained contact information so that we could provide this resource to the Census Bureau, not only to help them do their own jobs, but to show them this is the work that's cut out for you. There are tons of, additional new programs like community cabins, mobile showers, folks who are actually going into the encampments and providing services there. So the landscape looks a lot different now than it did in 2010. So we're pretty much, holding their feet to the fire and saying, this is an antiquated way that you are trying to do this work, and a lot of people are going to get missed. So all of these questions were put together. These questions and others were put together in an advocacy letter that we provided to the Census Bureau, where we had some local elected sign on, also our partners from the Unhoused Subcommittee. And just to give you some context, the folks who do attend our subcommittee are organizations like St. Mary Center, Operation Dignity, the East Oakland Collective, Just Cities, and the city, our city staff, and Alameda County Healthcare for the Homeless as well. So we will have updates on this. One really good sort of nugget of news that I have about this is that previously, people experiencing homelessness were not able to self-respond to the census, which would have been a very sort of segregating, alienating thing, because we're going to have questionnaire assistance centers at all of our libraries. So if you don't have an address and you go there, like, what's going to happen? So because of all of our great advocates in that group really raising up these issues to the Census Bureau, we know now that if you don't have an address, you actually are now able to self-respond online and by phone. We do not have that in writing from the Census Bureau, just to be completely transparent, and we are really, knocking their doors down to get that to us in writing. However, you should be able to put in your, the cross streets that you live at, for example, or the overpass that you live under, et cetera, without having to actually put an address there. So, and so this way we can also equip all of those organizations that are going into the encampments to, have mobile devices, et cetera, to really help with self-response in these encampments. All right, so I'm almost done with my presentation. Just to review the timeline, 2019 has been all about planning. As I mentioned, through our subcommittees, we determined what content we'll need to be providing. We know we need to be providing communications, materials, as well as trainings for all of our partners. Now we are in the awareness phase that'll last from January to March. So during awareness, we're going to be actually conducting these trainings. We have 17 different trainings scheduled so far. This is all to really get us geared up for motivation, which is going to start on March 12th when, because in the awareness phase, we're letting folks know we're a resource. We're starting to send those messages out to people after they get trained so that come March 12th, people will know where to go to get their census support. And as I mentioned, starting in May, enumerators are going to go out to knock on people's doors. And then July, it'll conclude the census period. And then that's it. So, all right. So as I mentioned, we had 3 rounds of subcommittees. We held a press conference after we learned that the citizenship question was not going to be asked. And we had a lot of really great partners come out. And we've been able to grant 74 different organizations who are going to be working in the community with grant funding to support census, and also have 125 volunteers and organizations signed up so far. So we're continuing to really build our capacity, and we're also still recruiting census ambassadors. We have an ambassador program, and all of that information is on our website, which is acgov.org/census2020, where you can find all of the content that we've developed so far, and also sign up for the ambassador program. And this is a complete list of our subcommittees. And as I mentioned, we're going to be providing communications, training, and materials so that organizations and people who are trusted in the community can do the outreach. They're going to be hosting questionnaire assistance centers, which just means that you're a hub of census information and also providing census taking. There's also going to be census parties and events, and also Know Your Rights workshops. All right, so where will you see census outreach? As I mentioned, libraries, also senior centers, clinics, and other places. Early this year, so in the coming weeks, we should start seeing advertisements on billboards, buses, and on TV, and that's at the federal level and state level are going to be doing a lot of these media buys. Our faith organizations are going to be hosting Census Sabbath events at their houses of worship, and then we're also going to have workshops in multiple languages as well. And then any other suggestions for where we should be, please do let us know. This is information about the ambassador program to volunteer. We also have sponsorship available as well for any organization or individual who has a project. They can sign up as an ambassador and then potentially get sponsored. So, all right, and then my last slide is that census jobs are still open. The Census Bureau is low on their recruiting numbers. We understand that they've only, of they've only filled about 60% of their recruiting threshold in Alameda County. They've been hosting a lot of workshops. We were hosting a lot of workshops as well towards the end of last year. However, we're still not where we need to be. The jobs pay $25 an hour, though they're very temporary. There's also a criminal background check you have to undergo. However, the Census Bureau cannot it's against the law for them to do a blanket ban on people with a record. They were actually sued from their practices in 2010. So they have to look at everyone on a case-by-case basis. So we're really encouraging everyone to apply to these jobs. And the application is fairly simple. There's no like resume or cover letter or anything like that. It takes about 30 minutes. Also, if you are receiving certain benefits, if you're receiving Section 8 vouchers or SNAP benefits or CalFresh, those benefits will not be impacted by this census job.
That's good.
And previously it was that you had to be a U.S. citizen. However, the census actually just in the last few weeks changed that rule, and now anyone who's eligible to work in the United States can apply to the jobs. So that's a good development. So yeah, for anyone who is interested in applying a census job, we actually have flyers on our website, and we've developed a guide that walks people through the census application. So, and that's it, and I'm happy to take questions. Sorry, I
Okay.
think I went over my time.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's see, who's going to be on the queue? So we have Commissioner Tragub and Soto Vigil. I'm calling myself. Anyone else? Okay, well, let me start out first then. So I do have a question about the funding. You said you had, Alameda County had $1.5 million.
Yeah.
And you said you had 74 grantors, I believe. So can you explain how that money that's being distributed, how that is going to be used, and how is that going to be?
Absolutely. So we've split up the money. I wish I had that pie chart in front of me, but the way we split up the money is that we did a little bit more than $1 million in those larger outreach grants. So those 74, it's actually 72 because we had a couple drop out. So 72 organizations are receiving those grant funding. We're still in the contracting of those. However, they're getting funded to do canvassing efforts on the ground, having questionnaire assistance centers, training their staff, et cetera. So depending on the organization, that would determine, and what they put in their proposal, that's the kind of, but those are the kind of grants. They're outreach grants.
Can you give an example? I think you said some organizations that were grantees. Can you tell?
Yeah, so La Clínica de la Raza is a grantee, Tiburcio Vasquez, the East Oakland Collective. I have a full list that I'm happy to share.
Okay.
And so that's the sort of larger outreach grants. We also put $150,000, I believe, into mini grants, and 39 organizations were granted with these mini grants, and those maxed out at $3,000, and that's to host very similar activities. So hosting maybe a one-time questionnaire assistance center, sort of, for organizations and faith-based organizations that might have smaller capacity to do all of the reporting and go through all the county procurement, et cetera. That's needed for the larger grants. So they're going to be doing like questionnaire assistance or hosting a census Sabbath where they'll have like food and childcare, et cetera. It's really meant to cover those costs and then maybe pay for a coordinator to put everything together. And there's going to be reporting requirements of both of those different mini grantees and grantees. And the way that we allocated the funds for the larger grants was based on how many censuses you can get completed, basically. So, and with both of those groups, the goal is to get censuses completed in hard-to-count communities.
I have one more question. So how can organizations or community groups apply for these grants? So just go online?
So both of those grants have closed. The funding opportunity that's available now is sponsorship, and that is to help cover costs as well, potentially stipending someone by the form of a gift card. So that's for folks who maybe, aren't able to put on, extensive outreach, but say, they're a church, for example, who want to open the doors to the community. They just need like the technology covering for food and maybe a coordinator, then that's where the sponsorship comes in. We've also held $100,000 to go to our county departments to incorporate census. And then one additional 100,000 is for our unhoused organizations. We had to hold that for a little while because there was a lot of questions out with the Census Bureau on if people could even self-respond. Are they going to allow for cultural ambassadors to go along with the enumerators, which unfortunately they're not going to this time around. So anyway, now that we've got most of our questions answered, we felt comfortable with moving forward with granting those folks. And then we have 17,500, which I believe is the last amount, for rapid response. So as I mentioned with the SWORD tool, which is that GIS mapping tool, we will be able to see the response rates. That's sort of some funding that's reserved to help, support any additional outreach that could happen if a certain, part of Alameda County is really under-reporting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Trega.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for your time. And this is cool. This is the second presentation I've seen. And thank you for switching it up and continuing to keep this new and relevant and exciting. So I have 3 questions. On the page where it discusses what will the census ask because of unfortunate federal government statutes, for instance, limiting the gender options that can be put. In the event that someone leaves something blank because they do not adequately represent how they self-identify, how would that be counted?
Yes, so if the sex question is left blank, it does not stay blank. So the Census Bureau will impute a sex based on the sort of, I'm not a statistician, but based on the other data that they have for that census tract, they're going to impute a sex. And so our partners at Equality California and the LGBTQ National Task Force, their guidance is to have people select a box that they're comfortable with, because their philosophy is that they don't want the government to select on your behalf. That's a very difficult one, and one that we've spent a lot of time talking about in our LGBTQ subcommittee as well, as to what is the best way. However, if you do leave it blank, no one's gonna, if you leave only that one question blank, it is not likely that the Census Bureau is gonna call you or come back to you. Like, they have way too many other censuses to follow up with. Like, say if you don't complete the census at all, like, you're way more likely to get followed up with. But if you leave one blank, it's very unlikely they're gonna come back to get that response. So.
Thank you. On the question of, and thank you for working with folks who best understand the unhoused community. I was curious, what percentage of the, well, that's pretty precise, but to what extent do you feel, to the extent that you're at liberty to answer this question, that the types of operating experience, lessons learned, and suggestions that you have provided to the Census Bureau has been acted upon, not just received, but acted upon? And have you, has Alameda County, as one of the most progressive counties in the nation, been working with other counties that are thinking about these things?
Yes, so I know that all of the 9 Bay Area counties are a complete count committee. So it's a program that you opt into. So I imagine there's some counties in California who don't have a complete count committee, but I know for our region, we do have a monthly call with them to share best practices, et cetera. So definitely yes. The first part you asked, has the Census Bureau
Been listening to you.
been listening to us and implementing our stuff? So this is going to be a surprise, but they're not very transparent. So what we are able to do is work with our the area manager who oversees the group quarters operations for the West Coast. We were working with someone by the name of Adley Cloth last year, who was really great, who was able to shed light on a lot of, the operations and how it's actually going to work. She actually came to our on-house subcommittee meeting. She's a very brave soul. I'm really glad she came. And we were able to really address all of those issues. She took all of those issues back to headquarters, and then she left the Bureau in December. So we have there's a new person in her role. We had a call with her last week, actually, and she seems very receptive. However, we just don't have certain status updates on exactly, what changes are going to be made. I guess the answer is that we really hope that they are. Another reason why we put together that list is so that we can attempt to do some kind of follow-up so that we know, or have some kind of messaging go out that says the Census Bureau is supposed to call you, if they don't, then please call us so that we can come and provide some kind of questionnaire assistance. So these are the sort of ideas that we're thinking, and as we're getting closer to the census being live, as we're getting closer to service-based enumeration, we're really trying to think, how we can supplement the work, basically. So.
Thank you. And my final question is on the last page with the census jobs, and thank you for letting us know that there's still opportunities to recruit folks for that. And these are good jobs that pay $25 an hour. So my question is, it looks like the only way to apply is online. Has consideration been given to going into communities whose residents might not be online, might not have an active email account, including the unhoused community, which, as you pointed out, these are the best advocates to talk to communities that they are a part of?
Yeah, so the way that we were trying to really promote these jobs last year was by hosting workshops in our hard-to-count areas. Like we had one in the Eastmont area of East Oakland. I believe we had one also at the Berkeley Library. But yeah, really through the workshops is how we've been trying to bring the application to people and providing the tech. Also letting them know they can go and create a, Gmail account, as they are applying to the job as well, so that they have that. The reason why we have the guide is to really point all of these things out. You need to have an active email address. You need to check it regularly. But however, you're 100% correct. The only way to take the census, unless you live in an area that is like rural and there's just no internet access at all, then you can apply on paper. However, you have to apply online. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sotovejil?
Thank you. I have two quick questions. You talked about SNAP and Section 8 recipients not being penalized, which is fantastic.
Yes.
If you receive Social Security benefits, you'll be penalized.
I don't know. We haven't gotten a clear answer on what happens with SSI.
Okay.
But we definitely have those questions out.
Great. And then the second question is, we've always had an issue with undercounting. Mm-hmm. Is it illegal to do overcounting? I've always thought about that. Is it illegal?
Yes, so overcounts do happen. They tend to happen in places that are more affluent, where people are really on top of it, and like, you know, the one spouse fills out, then the other spouse fills out. We are way more worried about an undercount than an overcount. In the instance that there is an overcount, the Census Bureau on the back end will be doing that deduplicating or merging of censuses, and that's why you give your phone number so that they can call you and clear it up as well. So if they have questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alpert.
So one thing that we've been told is that students need to make sure that they don't get counted twice here at Cal and back home with their parents. And it sounds like, based on what you said, what I've been told is that they won't be counted at all if they're double counted, but that's not correct, is it?
I didn't catch the very last part of what you said.
So, for example, if a student is here and they're counted at Cal, and then they're also counted by their parents as residing in their home, wherever that is, what happens in that circumstance?
Oh, they might get counted twice, because so the students who are in dorms, they will get counted by the school. If they are in private, like, off-campus housing, they should count themselves where they live. So,
Because what we had been, at one point, we'd been told, or I'd been told, that it can be completely not counted at all if they're double counted. Does that sound right? No.
that doesn't sound right.
Okay. There's one of the options on the volunteer list is Adopt a Block. What
Yes.
does that look like?
Yeah, so say you are a really involved community leader, and you want to canvass your own block and give people census information. Like, for example, we have a who, what, when, where, why document. We're also going to be producing a how-to guide. So basically, we're going to be providing outreach materials. They can go door to door on their block, or have a block party even, and have a pop-up census lab. We also, one of the pots of money that I also neglected to mention was that we also were able to grant Tech Exchange with funding as well to help provide all of the tech needs.
Oh, like
'Cause
computers
it's
and-
the first, so ideally we'd be able to have our tech grantee set up all of these pop-up labs as well, so that people can get information about the census and also take their census. So Adopt a Block, it's flexible depending on what folks want to do.
Great. And then you mentioned that Mongolian, Tibetan, and Hmong are the 3 languages for us that are not included.
That's right. There's additional languages, but I can't think of them right at the top of my head.
Are folks who speak those languages, like, are you looking specifically for them to volunteer and sign up to work for the census?
So yes, absolutely. For those languages, the one example that I can certainly give you is Mom, is that one of our library employees, I believe his name is Kevin, is the only official mom translator on like this part of the country or something like that, and he's really awesome. So we are able to invest in him to actually, do presentations in Mom, do a video in Mom. So that's the sort of thing that we're looking for sure, is to invest in our partners that can actually do presentations and trainings and stuff in those languages.
Because the students at Cal obviously come from a wide variety of places and
Yes.
kind of a high density of lots of languages spoken. Has any outreach been done to try and find, for those languages that don't have that representation among the student community? Is that something that would be productive or interesting or useful? Yeah.
So I just had a conversation with someone yesterday actually whose daughter is going to be leading outreach at Cal, and I know that Supervisor Carson's office has also been having a lot of meetings at UC Berkeley with the folks there. I personally am just not privy to those conversations, so I apologize for that, but I know that there definitely is outreach planned at Cal for sure. And those folks who speak those languages should apply to our ambassador program if they or apply to the census jobs, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
It's the same for Mixteco, the Mixteco indigenous Mexican language, do you know?
This is the first time I'm hearing that language.
Ooh.
Is that,
There's a lot
do
of
we need to add that to our list?
Mixteco, yes. Okay, Commissioner Simon Weisberg, and welcome.
I actually am going to say the following, a little tongue-in-cheek, but not really. Just when the census is over, I hope you check out the Berkeley City job website, because you are extraordinary, and just the few minutes I've been here. And I think we're all really struggling to find because of the job market. So please come back to Berkeley when you're done with the census.
Thank you.
Okay, no more
think there's, like-
questions? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to say that when you, for those of you who are Taiwanese American, unfortunately, there's no checkbox for you to put, so make sure you check other and put that on there. I think the census is one of the most patriotic, democratic thing that we do as a nation, and Taiwan being the only democracy that have fair and open and elections, I think that should be celebrated, and we need to make sure that our identities are not erased. And just like how it is very upsetting that the LGBTQ community has been erased in the census, but luckily same-sex partners will be able to be counted. So let's hope that that is incremental progress, but we can do much more. Thank you.
Let me add, it's Mixteco, it's Mixteco. It's an Mexican indigenous, actually probably also more towards Guatemala, could be a little confused, but it is a huge, very big population throughout California. So hopefully.
Gotcha. Thank you so much
Sure.
for adding that to our list, for
Yes.
sure. Yeah.
So with no more questions, thank you so much for coming out. Really appreciate it. Oh, one thing. Besides this presentation, any advice on how the rent board, us as this body, I know we're doing this presentation, how can we help you make sure that we get the word out besides what we're doing here? Any advice for us?
Yeah, so definitely including a message about the census in the February mailer would be really helpful, and we can develop that and really talk about the protections that are there for everyone, that the information won't be shared with their landlord, et cetera, and just that every single person in their household has to be counted, and when, March 12th is when the census goes live, and just really give them all of that rich information right in their mailbox. That would be really, really helpful for us.
Okay, hopefully we'll put it also on our tip of the month program. So,
Yeah.
okay, well, thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you.
Yay. Okay, so now it is 8:20 thereabouts. We're going to go to our first, 8:23, so we're going to go to our first appeal case. So do we have the parties from appeal number RWN 1645, 1326 Oxford Street? They're not here.
She knows.
Neither side is
They have
here.
an agenda, so they.
Delaware?
So, but when we can't hear our second one until 8:30.
You can decide to hear this one if you like, but you can also wait.
Well, so do we have both parties here for the?
No.
Question.
I'm saying for the RWN 1645 appeal,
Yes.
since it was noticed for 8 p.m.,
Yes.
it doesn't matter if the parties are here as to whether or not you conduct the hearing. However, you're able to postpone it to see if somebody does show up. I'm just saying that you're able to do it if you'd like.
Yes. Commissioner Tragub.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, this is a question for staff. Did either party give you any indication that they might be attending tonight?
That they might be attending?
Yeah, that they plan to attend tonight.
I didn't hear from anybody.
Okay. My personal inclination would be to move forward with this because it has been noticed for 8.
Okay. Commissioner Solowski.
Is this Oxford Street?
Yes.
I have to recuse myself.
Okay, Commissioner Sotovejil.
As Commissioner Solowski recuses himself, I'd like to make a motion to recommend the hearing examiner's decision that it be upheld.
Do you want me to go through a presentation or?
Sure, let's go through the presentation.
So you would like to hear it now?
Yes, let's hear it
Okay.
now, because it's scheduled for now, so let's hear it.
Certainly. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. This case concerns eligibility for the owner-occupied duplex exemption, commonly referred to as golden duplex. The subject unit is a detached cottage that shares a parcel with a single-family home. According to the landlord appellant, Gregor Hicks, the cottage has been used as a dwelling since 1978, but lacked kitchen or bath facilities. It is undisputed that the occupants of the cottage shared bathing facilities with the landlord in the single-family home until a bathroom was installed in the cottage in 1988. When the city issued building permits for the cottage bathroom, it also recorded a notice of limitation of use on the property, which states, quote, "The accessory building is not to be used as a separate dwelling unit unless a use permit is secured," close quotes. Landlord appellant does not contend that a use permit has been secured that would allow the cottage to be used as a separate dwelling. The landlord claims that the property is exempt from rent stabilization and eviction for good cause ordinance subsection 13.76.050F, which exempts owner-occupied duplexes if they were owner-occupied in December 31st, 1979, otherwise known as the Golden Duplex exemption. On September 18th, 2019, the hearing examiner issued a decision granting the petition. The decision concludes that the property is not an owner-occupied duplex exempt under the Golden Duplex exemption because it has never been comprised of two lawful dwelling units, and legal staff agrees. The board's policy, as stated in Resolution 1712, is to preserve or extend existing exemptions when new legal units are created. However, the rental unit in question is ineligible for exemption for two reasons. First, it cannot be lawfully used as a dwelling unit due to the owner's failure to secure the building use permit from the city, so it is not a, quote, new legal unit for which all applicable building permits have been issued and finally approved by the city. Second, the unit was apparently created from existing residential space that until 1988 was integrated with a single-family home. Therefore, although the owner has taken unlawful measures to render the unit independent of the main single-family home, it is not lawfully entitled to be to the exemption for owner-occupied duplexes set forth in the ordinance. In other words, it was not a separate unit in 1979 because it did not have independent facilities for eating or sanitation, and therefore does not qualify for the exemption as written in the ordinance because it was not a duplex in 1979. We recommend that the hearing examiner's decision be upheld.
Thank you. So we have a motion to uphold the hearing examiner. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Are we going to do roll call?
That's up to the chair.
Well, we normally do it on these things.
So-
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So all those in favor, we have ayes. Anyone against? No? Okay, so the motion passes. Okay, great.
Any abstentions?
And we have one extension, and well, one person recused themselves. One recusal.
One
Okay.
quick question. As we were going through this process, we had two new people come in. Are they part of that appeal?
I spoke to both of them.
Okay, great. There was a question.
Sorry, Chair Liberty, I'm sorry, did someone abstain?
No.
Well,
Okay.
Commissioner Solowski stepped out, so he recused
He
himself.
recused,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Would you
Great.
like me to go get him?
Sure, please.
Okay, thank you.
Well, actually, it's 1 minute. So 8:29.
Should we take a
So I
break?
think we should continue forward when we have our next appeal right now. So it's the appeal number IRD 145, 1921 Delaware Street, number 5. Those parties, if they're here, can they please come to the table?
Oh, sorry, let me move that for you. So whoever's going to speak, just go ahead and sit in front of the microphone. Let me get this out of your way. Sure. Okay. All right. Pardon all the cords. Okay, so when it's green, on. Push that button, and when you see the green, you're good to go. Would you like some water? Yes. Okay. Ladies, can I get you some water? Please.
Okay, so everyone's here? Okay then, so so I've called the case concerning appeal number IRD 145, 1921, Delaware Street, number 5, the decision on the remand. And so I'm going to ask the parties to identify themselves. But before we start, I would like to give us, we're going to give a summary of the procedures. First, the legal staff will give a summary of the case. And then next, each party will have 7 minutes to address the board. The appellant will have 5 minutes. The respondent will have 7 minutes. And then the appellant will have 2 more minutes, additional 2 more minutes. Again, I would like to remind both parties that this is not a new hearing of your case. No new evidence may be presented to the board. Your presentation must be based on the evidence that was before the hearing examiner. And then after each party has spoken, the board will deliberate and take action on the appeal. So first, I'm going to give legal staff an opportunity to give a summary.
Thank you. Did you want to have the parties identify themselves
Actually, yes,
first?
I should. I always do this. Okay, so the appellant, can you please identify yourselves?
Good evening. My name is Alana Grice-Connor. I'm an attorney, and I'm representing the appellant. The appellant is present, Ms. Julie Theron.
Thank you. And the respondent?
My name is Stanley Mukabi, and my attorney is not here, so I'll just show up here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. This is going to be a rather long introduction, and I apologize for that, but I think that precision is very important in this case, and so I want to make sure that I cover all the bases because this is one of those cases where it's really important to pay attention to the details. This appeal seeks to overturn a hearing examiner's decision that the tenant permanently resides in Berkeley, despite the uncontroverted fact that he usually eats dinner, sleeps, and eats breakfast in Richmond with his wife. Legal staff recommends that the appeal be granted and the hearing examiner's decision be overturned because it is inconsistent with the precedent set by prior rent board appeals. This case initially came before the board, as you remember, on August 15th, 2019. The board remanded the matter back to the hearing examiner to determine whether the tenant, Mr. Mukabi, was permitted to submit new testimony that changes his prior testimony. The rent board's procedures, which are designed to protect both parties from gamesmanship and surprise arguments, strictly prohibit the admission of this new testimony into the record. The hearing examiner determined that the basic principles of fairness required that the parties not be allowed to introduce new evidence at the 11th hour because of the enormous disadvantage such a tactic creates for the other party. Most importantly, the hearing examiner ruled that the tenant's attempt to introduce new evidence and testimony is an attempt to undercut legal staff's recommendation to overturn the decision. Moreover, allowing the new testimony may have the unintended effect of discrediting Mr. Mukabi's prior testimony. Because the new testimony was disallowed, any reference to Mr. Mukabi's intent to return to the unit should be disregarded tonight. Here's an overview of the facts in the record. The landlord alleges that the tenant has not resided in Berkeley since marrying in 2009, and he permanently resides at his wife's home in Richmond. The tenant concedes that he eats dinner, sleeps, and eats breakfast in Richmond, but argues that his daily activities are conducted in Berkeley. The hearing examiner ruled that the tenant's activities during the daytime suffice to establish that he permanently resides in the subject rental unit, despite the fact that most people perform those daytime activities at their place of work rather than in their residence. On appeal, the landlord argues that the evidence cited by the hearing examiner was unreliable and does not support the legal conclusion that the tenant continues to actually occupy the unit or any other legal standard for residency. Although legal staff's review of the record found that the factual basis of the hearing examiner's decision is supported by substantial evidence, we agree with the appellant that the decision fails to properly apply the legal standard of residency to the factual findings rendered in the decision. This is an IRD petition in which the board must apply Costa-Hawkins requirement that a landlord be permitted to set a new initial rent when the original occupant no longer permanently resides in the unit. Regulation, Rent Board Regulation 1018D2 requires that the board consider only where the tenant resided as of the date of filing and not on some hypothetical future date or on some particular date in the past. Rent Board precedent in 2 prior appeals with similar facts requires more than mere intent to reserve the unit for non-residential use or as a contingency for future residential use. Specifically, in Sharp v. 2517 Regent, decision on appeal in D59, which was heard in 2013, the board rejected an almost identical claim by a married couple who choose to spend their days apart. There, the tenant worked at his computer during the daytime in the rental unit and then dined and slept in the home he shared with his wife. In rejecting the claim, the board noted in its decision that most people would agree that the majority of their brain work, computer time, and daytime living occur at their office or workplace, and that they return home to eat and sleep. In his untimely opposition to the staff recommendation, the tenant argues that he is only temporarily absent from the unit, changing his testimony during the hearing and his prior sworn declarations. A similar claim was rejected by the board in Chestnut LLC v. Ortiz, which was a decision in IRD 74 reached in 2015. In that case, the tenant claimed that she intended to keep the rental unit as her eventual place of return, but that she had no immediate plans to actually return there. As here, she sublet the half of the rental unit but retained control of her bedroom. In the hearing, she conceded that she was living in San Francisco for the foreseeable future. The board chose to apply the precedent set in Sharp to this case in Ortiz. This is important. The board therefore reversed the hearing examiner's decision and granted the landlord's petition. The foundation of the Ortiz decision was a decision in Sharp and a recognition that the legal standard for IRD petitions must not deviate substantially from that of D petitions. After the Ortiz case, the board decided Ganaway-Ghassemi v. Wagner. There was a decision in RWN 1608 that you actually heard in September of 2018, in which a landlord seeking exemption as an owner-occupant was found not to reside in the subject property, despite the fact that she slept in the unit 3 to 4 nights per week. The board determined that because she spent the rest of the week with her husband, she actually resided with him in Santa Cruz, despite working in Richmond and sleeping in Berkeley roughly half of the time. A different decision regarding the tenant's residence in the case at hand would be incongruent with a decision in which a landlord is held to a different standard. Here, the facts are almost identical to Sharp, and the tenant sleeps in the residence significantly less frequently than the landlord did in Ganaway-Ghassemi. The board should follow its own precedent and reverse the hearing examiner's decision so as not to dramatically loosen the standard for residency applied to tenants and landlords alike.
Thank you. There's a question?
Question for Mr. Mukabi. Are you represented by an attorney in this matter? Are you represented by an attorney in this matter? Were you expecting him to be here today?
So I'm here alone.
When did he tell you that?
I think 3 days ago.
And I guess a question for staff. Is there anything we can do in that circumstance?
The board can do what they wish. Mr. Mukabi filed a statement in pro per opposing the appeal. So, you know, as you read in the decision, the vast majority of our parties are unrepresented. So this has already been delayed fairly significantly. I mean, I believe that the petition was filed, if I'm not mistaken, over a year ago.
September 2018.
Yeah, September 25th of 2018. So, you know, the board can do what they wish. as far as continuing the matter, those are all your decisions. I just want to give you the outlay that this matter has gone on for some time.
Okay.
Including, there was a significant delay at the beginning where Mr. Mukabe said that he was going to get legal counsel before the initial hearing.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to continue. So the appellants are first up for 5 minutes. Please identify yourselves again.
My name is Alana Grice Connor, and I'm representing the appellant. The appellant is present, and if there are specific questions that you'd like her to answer, she is available for that. I don't know that our presentation is going to be any more thorough than legal staff's presentation. Ultimately, what the appellant is requesting is that the board reverse the decision of the hearing examiner, not because of the facts that the hearing examiner relied upon were unreliable. In fact, in the brief that we submitted, there's no question about the testimony that Mr. Mukabe gave. He testified that he sleeps in Richmond, he wakes up in the morning and has breakfast with his wife, he goes out, he comes home in the evening, has dinner, and goes back to bed. The intent to return is the intent to return to your home, and it appears as though he's made Richmond his home. On the date of filing, I think it is important for the board to recall that Mr. Mukabe was registered to vote in Contra Costa County, and that is another element that can be considered when it comes to the factual analysis and how those facts get applied to the law. So again, the appellant is not asking the board to overturn the hearing examiner's decision because the hearing examiner failed to consider the facts or apply the facts, understand the facts, weigh those facts, but it's the application of those facts to the existing law that the appellant is asking the board to consider in overturning the hearing examiner's decision. I think that Mr. Brown pointed out that both the 1018, which deals with when the determination about the tenant's residence is determined, is the date of filing. All of the evidence that was presented at the hearing was for after the petition, the IRD petition was filed. Lastly, I would point out that the matters that have previously been decided, both Sharp and Ortiz, were IRD decisions that Mr. Brown referenced, both determined that the tenant was not permanently residing in their unit, and we ask that this board consider those precedents as well in making its decision this evening. I'm available to answer questions, but ultimately that is our argument, and we ask that you overturn the hearing examiner's decision on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mukabe, you have 7 minutes. Can you please put the microphone closer to your mouth, please?
First of all, I agree with the hearing examiner. He listened to the facts. But now I find that the board legal staff have recommended that the examiner's decision be overturned. They relied on the case of Ortiz and Sharp, which completely different from mine. My case resembled of the gentleman who was absent for 10 years. When he went to Israel to take care of his mother, and yet he was paying his rent. He was also paying his utility bills, and yet because of the rules that state about temporary interruption, he was allowed to remain a permanent resident. In my case, I'm taking care of my wife. And I should be allowed to use temporary interruption. And so I was asked this board to deny the North Carolina Estate the Consta Hawkins rent adjustment request.
Anything else? You still have 4.5 minutes.
Okay. Hypnosis claims that I don't live that the only thing that matters is I eat and sleep and eat in Richmond. That is their emphasis. What's wrong with eating and sleeping and eating in Richmond? I spend most of my time, my daytime, in Berkeley. There's nothing for me in Richmond. I've lived in Berkeley for more than 40 years. Most of my clothes are in the apartment. My wife and I agreed when we got married that we keep our property separate, our assets separate. And that's how this all started. And then this is going to be there forever. And so my life is in Berkeley. Yes, I go to Richmond right now. But before that, I spent at least 3 days in Berkeley, slept in Berkeley, and 3 days in Richmond. Because we had planned to spend 50% time in Berkeley, 50% in Richmond, but because the building does not allow pets, and my wife has a dog, we tried for 3 years, it didn't work. So we agreed that I spent 3 days in Richmond, in Berkeley, and 3 more.
Chair, just, sorry to interrupt, but there's a lot of new testimony that's not in the record. So I just wanted to flag that.
Okay, that sounded like testimony we've heard before, actually, from here. Okay, so Mr. McCabe, do you have anything not new? I mean...
Something not new?
Yes, yes, an opportunity, I mean, you were here before, I mean, the new testimony, do you have any new arguments? Do you have any, I mean, well, no new arguments,
The
because...
only argument I could have is that my attorneys...
Any new arguments?
Believe, but I don't know, you can, that he explained my case.
Chair, can I just say,
Go
can I
ahead,
be recognized?
Commissioner.
We're not allowed to take in old evidence or new testimony, but we can hear whatever the hell he says without cutting him off to prevent him from having his First Amendment right. So it's up to us to know the existing record and not allow the new testimony to influence our position. That's the law of what we're bound by. And so I think it's in his right to say what he'd like to say, period, and I don't think we should cut him off for that.
So there's no First Amendment violation in any of this. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. Very often, the chair has asked me to identify when there are things that are not in the record because I'm more familiar with the record, having studied it. So I understand if you'd like to put more time on the clock and allow Mr. Mokabi to continue. I was just flagging something that I've often been asked to flag.
Yes, thank you very much. So do you have any new arguments to defend yourself, Mr. McCubby?
Well, what I can say, and that is that the case of Ortiz have been cited, where she moved her stuff from her apartment and then rented the place. I've never moved anything, and I have not sublet my room. The other case also cited was the case of Sharp, who had turned his apartment to an office. I've never turned my apartment into an office. It's been my apartment. Period. Do I still have more time? Okay.
Yeah, you have a minute 20 more. Up on the wall, you have a minute 14 more to go.
14 minutes?
If you don't, you have a minute, one more minute to go.
Okay. What I'd like to state is that I've been living in 1921 for the last 38 years and going. I'm over 80 years old, and I plan to live there the rest of my life. But being hit with a $16,448 a year by Lipnowski, and the board legal staff has not even challenged how Lipnowski was allowed to raise rent by 120%. That is a big question. $16,000 at my age, with the piling up of medical bills, that's sending me to the grave.
Thank you very much. Okay, the appellants have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Ultimately, the facts as agreed, as conceded, stipulated, and understood are not in dispute. It's the application of the law to the facts. And the law says that in this circumstance, the date of filing is the date where the board and hearing examiners can consider where the tenant is permanently residing. And on the date of the filing of the IRD petition, Mr. McCabe was residing in Richmond. Whether the owner has the right to increase the rent under state law is not at question here and should not be considered. We ask that all new facts that were presented by Mr. McCabe this evening be disregarded, that the board seriously consider the legal staff's recommendation related to how the law applies to the facts presented, and overrule the hearing examiner's decision as requested by the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's start discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Simon Weisberg.
I have some questions for staff. I understand that one of the cases of the status of the case that's cited where someone went and lived in Israel, if they had voted while they were there, would that change the facts? Would that have made a difference in that case?
I don't know. I mean, I can't sort of answer a hypothetical. I don't know what the facts would have been.
One of the
Are you talking about the Williamson v. Nestel case? The one where the person who lived in Berkeley went to care for his ailing mother who survived her expectancy for, I mean, I'm assuming no, but that was that was a D case and not an IRD case. And so the facts as they were, rather the case as it played out in that one, I believe the tenant had already reoccupied the unit.
So it just seems that because in our country, the way one registers to vote seems to imply, we put a lot of importance to what you say where you're voting, which some of it has to do with, having the right to vote for, a county supervisor in one county versus another obviously is significant, but in some places you just are registered because you drive. Or, there are countries where registering is, you do it the same day. And I think, so I think that is one of the facts that were most relevant. Do you recall from the, I don't remember, who put in the information around where they had registered to vote? Do you know who submitted that evidence? Whether it was the tenant or the landlord? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but in the hearing examiner's findings, he found that the tenant registered to vote, I believe, the day of or a couple of days before the initial hearing on this matter.
So he changed his registration?
Yeah.
Okay.
He certainly was registered to vote in Richmond as of the date it was filed. And remember that when you're dealing with an IRD petition, that we're dealing with a petition that is basically governed by state law. So the standard is no longer permanently resides. So the D petitions have more spelled out indicia of residency, and that one is the date of the first hearing on the matter. So it's a little bit different than here, where we're somewhat circumscribed in our application by state law, which provides, as Ms. Grice-Carter detailed, a right that is at this point not up for debate, to raise the rent once the last original occupant no longer permanently resides in the unit. And in 1018, the board adjusted that to make very clear, I think 4 or 5 years ago, that the date at which a tenant would be evaluated as either residing or not is the date of filing.
Filing for the increase or for the?
As to whether or not that tenant no longer permanently resides in the unit. That's the relevant inquiry. So, as I said in my presentation, and as appellant's attorney also mentioned, we believe that the hearing examiner faithfully reviewed the record and are confident that the findings of fact, the factual findings are correct. We just disagree, given all of these other cases that the board's heard in the last 10 years, particularly, that the hearing examiner correctly applied the law.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. This question is for staff. You mentioned earlier that there was a lot of new information being presented that I should not consider, so I want to ask you this question instead of asking the respondent. Am I allowed to ask if they file separate tax returns?
You can, but generally the commissioners don't conduct a trial de novo on the dais. So you would be limited to the items in the actual record itself. And I don't remember if they file jointly or not. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
I mean, it might be in here, I just don't remember.
Well, I mean, I just want to make sure. So, I mean, so while I can ask him, I guess technically speaking, I can ask him whatever I want. But basically, you're saying that whether I ask him whether or not he and his spouse file separate tax returns, or whether or not they own a car together, whether or not they have a bank account together, would that be considered new information? Assuming it's not
It would
in
be
there.
if it's not in the record.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Alpert.
My question is about, should we overturn the hearing examiner's decision? What the interaction would be with 1482? So if we overturn the hearing examiner's decision, the unit because the other tenant, there's two tenants, the other tenant was not the original tenant, so it would be vacant and it would be reset. But would it be subject, how would that work?
Has nothing to do with 1482.
Well, there will be a vacancy, and
Right, but 1482 doesn't have anything to do with vacancies. So the Costa-Hawkins, the landlord's right to a Costa-Hawkins vacancy rent adjustment is independent of that which the legislature just passed for 1482, which deals with existing tenancies for a limited number of units that are not subject to rent control, which this one is. So this has nothing to do with any of what 1482 says.
Well, there's a tenant in the unit.
But it's not an original tenant, and that's what Costa-Hawkins.
So even though 1482 says tenants can't get more than 10% increase,
1482.
Costa-Hawkins overrides that?
Those for existing tenancies, not for essentially what appellant would be doing here by serving this is saying this is a new tenancy.
Right.
And therefore, I'm entitled to a Costa-Hawkins vacancy rent adjustment with that doesn't have any limitations based on your ordinance.
Can I think that maybe the piece just that the question is what the rent would be if on March 1st, 2019, and so that would be the higher amount that they had proposed, correct? I think that's...
No, because this is not a unit that 1482 would affect because it's a unit that is controlled by our local ordinance. So 1482...
Oh, because the rent control
has
is
a
going to continue,
specific,
it's just restarting.
Yeah, the 1482 has a specific carve-out for any units that are rent-controlled, and this is a rent-controlled unit. So 1482 has nothing to do with this unit.
Because the rent control continues, I think is the part we
Correct.
were all...
The rent control, so in the event that appellants are able to raise the rent on this new tenant, and if there is a new tenancy, that new tenancy is rent controlled.
Thank you. Commissioner Solosky? Never mind. Okay. Do I have any other questions? Commissioner Sotovejil?
Well, you saw the light, huh?
Yeah,
thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. We're using a preponderance of evidence as a standard review.
Always, yes.
Thank you. If the respondent, he's the respondent, yes, and you're the appellant, correct? If the respondent's wife, I don't believe in God, but the term is God forbid, if she passed away tomorrow, you would return to Berkeley for your dinners and sleeping? Yes. Okay. Here's my issue, is that I did not support the Sharp case, and I still don't support the outcome of that case. We have a guy who's been in Berkeley for 40 years. He's fortunate to find someone to marry at the later part of his life. He's 80 years old. Who knows what can happen? If something happened tragically, medically or what have you, where would he go if we voted to support the appellant's position? In the preponderance of evidence, I found last time we were here sitting together that I was conflicted. I didn't know because preponderance is like that. To me, I'm going to support the hearing examiner's position. And I cannot, in my own self, find where we're weighing between someone's viewpoint about, you know, are they really residents of Berkeley, and they come in contact with Berkeley all the time, and they resided there originally, and they still reside there in his viewpoint, and also in my viewpoint. And so, yeah, he doesn't have a lawyer right now. The petitioner does. That means a substantial amount of economic strength in one party's position versus another party's position. And when I weigh the equity components of our society with an 80-year-old versus someone who has a property that can hire an attorney and argue the preponderance of evidence in their favor, asking us to reject a professional in our organization's daily work, our hearing examiner. And don't get me wrong, we've overturned hearing examiners in the past. But in this particular case, equity and preponderance evidence, in my viewpoint, weighs in the favor of the respondent.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Chan,
Oh, sorry.
sorry.
So, I'm just going to make a comment. So, this decision also weighs really heavily on me, and I'm actually really conflicted as well. And my biggest conflict with this comes to the fact that I would like to believe when the respondent says that he and his spouse has decided to keep things separate. And what that means to me is separate bank accounts. What that means to me is no shared bank accounts. What that means to me is separate tax returns. What that means is no shared car. So I wish I had that type of information on me to make those type of decision. And it did kind of bother me because the whole point of us sending it back was so that way perhaps new information could be introduced so I could have those things answered. So I don't feel comfortable making a decision. I personally would like to see this reprimanded back just so I could know. I mean, and honestly, like, if indeed there is a joint bank account, if indeed there is a car that is owned collectively, then to me, I think, I would definitely, rule in favor of the appellant. But, I just don't, unfortunately, the reality is that people don't swear on Bibles when they come here to testify in front of the rent board. And if somebody lies, it's not like we can put them in jail. So to me, I just would like to know as much facts as possible. So I mean, I don't know how it is, and I'm curious what other commissioners are thinking. But I hope y'all can at least understand where I'm coming from, because I've always been very just questioning, like, what exactly can we do when people lie to us? And I'm always very concerned about that.
I know I'm out of time, but if I could point to the record, Mr. Brown, there was, and on the 16-page, this is the,
No disrespect, but I thought it was the board's turn to talk and
Yes,
weigh.
it's a bird's turn.
We-
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
No
have now.
disrespect,
I was
it's
just
just
looking through
our
something.
practice.
Any other comments? Commissioner Treygood?
Question for staff. This is probably the decision that I am most conflicted about, whichever way I end up voting. So it's really important to me to understand precedent, and maybe I I will pause
I find
until
it
the staff
troubling, like,
attorney.
it's not appropriate to be advocating with our staff as if you can, that's,
asked us to show him where in the record.
okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware.
I apologize.
Can you go back and explain at what point, if at any point, precedent started to shift in the direction of where it no longer is at issue to consider the intent to return in the future? Or I guess more specifically, at what point did it become established that what matters is simply what is deemed to be the prime residence at the time that the petition is filed?
At what point in time in this case, or at what point in time?
When did that get established? How many years, how many cases or years ago did the precedent get established that the determination is made based on when the petition is filed?
Yeah, let me, I can look that up right now as to when the ordinance, or rather when the 1018 was when 1018 was amended to make that clear. But I mean, I suppose that while I'm doing that, I'll say that to respond to Commissioner Chang's concerns, the case was specifically remanded not to discover any of the issues that you're talking about, because those are already in the record. In fact, the hearing examiner found that Ms. Mosine and the tenant actually do file joint tax returns. The case was remanded to see whether the hearing examiner would accept new evidence and testimony that was not presented at the hearing. And that new evidence and testimony that was presented on the eve of the last appeal was that Mr. Mukabe represented that he was staying in Richmond because his wife had sciatica. And that was not identified in the initial hearing on the matter. And that testimony actually contradicts his testimony from the initial, in the initial hearing. So let me just look up 1018 real quick. Okay. It'll be at the very bottom. So here, I can find it really quickly. Okay, it was amended November of 2014. So that's the time at which it was made clear, and that was after a series of cases where the board had fairly close decisions and decided that the D petitions, the determination of occupancy petitions regulated by regulations 524 and 528 would, the date of occupancy would be determined as of the date of the first hearing on the matter, and that IRD petitions, which this is the date of filing.
Okay. I also just wanted to, I don't recall being there for it, which makes sense if it was done when I wasn't on the board. So thanks for clarifying that.
I just want to comment that this is really probably one of the hardest cases that I've come across being on the board, because we are basically telling someone who's lived here for 40 years that they have to leave. We had another case, a similar case, and I can't remember, it was on a case where there's a hardware store, and above lived an artist, a photographer, and also we had no choice but to rule in favor of the owner of the building, because that's what the law stated. It's the law mandated. This is very heartbreaking, very heartbreaking. For me, though, the issue of having registered in Richmond and then having re-registered in Berkeley, to me, is just a really, it's a difficult issue to deal with, and the fact, and it is a fact, that we look at when you're registered to vote is where you usually live. So I find that challenging to be able to accept that without having to look at what the law actually says. To my comments. Okay, Commissioner Sotovejil. One more question, and then, hold on 1 second, Commissioner. Any other questions, any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Sotovejil.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm glad you brought up the voter registration issue, because we had to deal with that in the past. I will say this about seniors that I work with, and I don't know about Mr. Mugabe, but many seniors there's people out there who convince them to do things that they otherwise would not have done. And I don't know the circumstance of why he registered to vote, but it could be some of those great advocates of rent control in Berkeley or in Richmond, or some of our great allies in the Richmond Progressive Alliance who are seeking to get more people registered in Richmond to do great action out there. And I can see myself being in his shoes and somebody saying, you know what? We really need to pass this measure. Would you be willing to register to vote? He goes, well, I mean, I'm in Berkeley, but we really need you to register to vote. Okay, well, my wife lives in Richmond, so why not register to vote and help support a great organization like the Richmond Progressive Alliance move great agenda items forward? So we don't know the circumstance behind how he was registered to vote, but knowing the seniors I work with, they're willing to do things if people ask them all the time. And so I know that's a very important component, especially for elected officials, to weigh in on someone staking claim into a jurisdiction and participating in that democracy and being a resident. However, I don't know the circumstance here, and I don't think it's that important in this circumstance for me.
Commissioner Solosky.
With all due respect to my colleague to my left, I really object to conjecture about things we know nothing about. There are all kinds of possibilities, probably dozens. So to put one out there as possible fact is, to me, that's not what we're doing here, you know? If we're ready for a motion, I'm going to move our staff attorney's recommendation to reverse the hearing officer's decision. That's my motion. Reluctantly, but that's my motion, because those are the facts before me tonight.
With a very, very sad heart, I do second this motion. So let's take a vote.
Roll call.
Yes, roll call, please.
So the motion is to reverse the hearing examiner's decision. Commissioner Alpert?
Aye.
Chang?
Yes.
Mendonça?
Passed.
Oh, pass. Poblet?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Solosky?
Yes.
Simon Weisberg?
Abstain.
Sotovejil?
No.
Tregub?
Yes.
So back to Mendonça.
Abstain.
Laverde?
With a very sad heart, yes.
Motion carries 6-1-2.
Okay, thank you. I'll call for a break right now, please.
Okay.
Can we go for 10 minutes? 10-minute break.
Janet. we had footage of them coming and.
I'm calling the meeting back to order. Okay, next on the agenda, what did I do with my agenda? We're going to our action committee, and we're going to start with item that was changed at the beginning. We're going to start with item, the proposed 2020 committee assignment lists. So, Executive Director Kalekian, give a brief presentation.
Yes, I included in your board packet a summary of, last April, the board amended their procedures for committee assignments. So I included the changed rules related to committees as a cover to Chairperson Laverde's assignments for the active committees. So I just wanted to go through that real quickly, just to see if there's any questions. So the new procedures read that the chair shall introduce the appointments of committee members at the first meeting following the start of a new biennial term of service, so at this January meeting. And the appointments shall be as follows. The chair may appoint no more than more people per committee. One less than would constitute a quorum of the full board, so generally that's 4 members. The chair is allowed to appoint an alternate. There's with the caveat that sometimes the alternate might be able to fill in, and sometimes the alternate might not. And to the extent we're allowed to, under the Brown Act, do that, we would. The proposed appointments of the chair shall be placed on the consent calendar of the January meeting. So that's why it starts on your consent calendar. The proposed appointments may be removed from the consent calendar for discussion, which they were, and that's where we are now. But amendments to the makeup of the committee appointments may only be proposed by a motion of the chair. So unlike other items, the board cannot amend the chair's recommendations, only the chair can. That was the procedure that the board adopted. The proposed amendments that the chair makes may be affirmed by a majority vote of the board. And then so basically the chair would have the option of either saying, after discussion, I choose not to make any amendments to what I proposed, or I'll make this amendment or these 3 amendments. And then the board would vote on that, whatever the chair the final recommendation by the chair. And then if the proposed appointments fail to obtain a majority vote of the board, the chair may resubmit the list, making any changes they deem fit prior to the subsequent board meeting. So if nothing is concluded this evening, it would come back. In the interim, the same committee structure that you presently have would remain in place.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to, so I don't want to drag this on so long because we do have some other items on here that we want to discuss. So each person's going to have 2 minutes to speak. We're going to have 2 minutes, and we're only going to speak once. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I really appreciate your proposal, and I wanted to see if we could set a timer where if we're not done with this item by 9:50, then it gets continued to the next meeting.
No, I'm not in favor of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
Chair, if you're open to this, I ask that you impose the 2-minute rule if the meeting runs long.
Oh, I'm imposing a 2-minute rule. Everybody gets 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, it's just, I'm concerned that this is just us grandstanding then and not actually having a conversation on the dais when we're just given 2 minutes to speak. So I want to, like, I'm okay with us giving timelines if we're not coming to a conclusion in terms of having a conversation, but like, and if people are just grandstanding, but if like we're actually trying to resolve something, like, I ask that we, like, yeah, that's what I'm basically trying to say. Like, I almost rather you just let people speak 1 minute at a time and then impose a 2-minute or 1-minute rule if we can't come to a conclusion. Just something to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I open up to discussion, 2 minutes. So I move that the committee, or the board accept the committee assignments. Can I get a second? Commissioner Sotovejil, 2 minutes.
I'm going to oppose the current motion. I want to play nice. I want consensus amongst the board on committee appointments. And I think we can do something like that. And if the chair would be open to a couple amendments, I think we could probably get a unanimous decision on your motion that still has not gotten a second. And if your motion could include an amendment, I'd be happy to accept or to second your motion. That amendment, if you are more, or if you're inclined, would be to resubmit Commissioner Alpert back to the 4x4 committee to continue the great work that he's done. And I want to apologize to Commissioner Alpert for opposing you originally. I find that you've done a fantastic job on that committee, and I want to see your work continued in that capacity. So I wanted to publicly say that. And in addition, based on my previous work on the Budget and Personnel, be resubmitted into the Budget and Personnel Committee to continue the work I did a few years ago. And being my last year, that is the committee that I felt most appropriate to be appointed to. And change that with the Eviction Section 8 Foreclosure Committee that you've placed me on. So those are the two amendments that I hope that you take, and I'd be happy to second unless there's other amendments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sotovejil, any other comments? Commissioner Solosky.
Okay, a couple of things. The problem with reinstating people is somebody's going to have to be pulled. And that wasn't part of your proposal here. So it's not clear to me who's going to get pulled. And I don't know that that's something we should be discussing here tonight, at length anyway. It has always been the chair's prerogative to appoint committee members. I've had some issues in the past. I will own up to that. But it is still the chair's prerogative. And lacking 2/3 of the board's vote otherwise, I don't see how any of this is going to change. Unless people are willing to step aside from a committee, I'm not comfortable with removing someone at this point. So to replace someone, someone has to be removed. And I'm not comfortable with that. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Any other comments? Commissioner Trigub.
Thank you. I first wanted to thank the chair for recommending that I be able to continue my work on the committees that I asked for. And the job of the chair is not easy. This is one of the most difficult parts of the job, and I have profound respect and appreciation for the chair in making some very difficult choices. I wanted to argue in support of not taking a vote tonight on these suggestions as constituted, and taking the time to have conversations and come back with something. I would prefer not to do it right now, given the late hour. I did want to advocate for, from the bottom of my heart, I would just love to see Commissioner Alpert continue on the 4x4. This is my final year on the board, and there are some things that I'm working on, and I've really appreciated how the entire committee, that includes the chair, vice chair, and Commissioner Alpert, have been so effective in moving important legislation forward. I have a long list of things that I would like to see accomplished in my last year on the board. I have been having conversations with some of you about them while respecting the Brown Act, of course. But these are appointments for 1 year, and I will be off the board next year, and there will be another opportunity to serve in these committees. So thank you.
Any other comments?
I, at minimum, would want Mr. Alpert or Commissioner Alpert to be the alternate. At minimum, and I just would say that he has been, I think, very effective on the 4x4, and I do think, and actually to quote the chair previously, that there are, that students do make up a significant portion, of Berkeley, and I think that, at minimum, the alternate, I think even not being placed alternate, I think was, I would at least like to see that change.
Thank you. Any other comments? So you do realize, I just want to mention that if we don't vote on this today, Commissioner Mendoza, is that correct? Will not be on any committees. And so that is not a productive way of treating a new Rent Board commissioner. I will say that, so it's interesting that last January or last February, I was called out on because, and a variety of reasons, I was called on for not putting a woman on the board and on that committee, on the 4x4 committee. And now it's all, the tables have moved around now. And so I just find that kind of disingenuous to all of a sudden, not want also, although, students are representative, we also have representative, a community leader on this important committee. And so that's why I want to bring this different, diverse voice, a woman of color, a woman who has been, whose voice is not really heard, someone who's been homeless, someone who is a Section 8 tenant, someone who is a rent-controlled tenant. So I think this is an important voice to be heard on this committee, and it's a voice that's not being heard. And so that's my decision. I was put on this committee when I was new, and I've learned. Last year, Commissioner Alpert was new and was put on this committee, and this is an opportunity to be able to provide this important voice on this committee. So that's why I have made that decision. So I ask that we vote in favor of my,
The alternate
Excuse me?
position.
The alternate commission. My decision on that, and I will share that, Commissioner Solosky is part of a large organization that represents tenants. He's one of the steering committee members of Tenants Together, Tenants Together, the Berkeley Tenants Union. And so it's a very important voice that I want to bring into this to have as an alternate, and to make sure that voice is being heard. So that's why. I want to keep him there. Okay? Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I'm going to just yield my time to Commissioner Sotomayor.
Okay, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think folks who are raising issues with the appointments are thinking the 4x4 is about solely in taking off Commissioner Mendoza at all. Not one bit. Nor is it about throwing in gender discrimination or gender participation into this conversation at all. This is not about this commissioner, that commissioner. It's about appointments to the two most powerful commissions or subcommittees on this board having 3 of the same people on those positions. So the current composition of last year and the proposed 2020 year has both Commissioner Tregub, Simon Weisberg, and the chair on both of those committees. And I think what we're talking about here is I'd love to see Commissioner Mendoza on the 4x4, but I don't like to see this consolidation of 3 people being on these 2 most important committees. And I think it's time to move away from that for the 2nd year in a row. And the deference to your commissioners who supported you for chair is to listen to this and make amendments and adjustments. And that's what a leader does. And I hope that you hear our voices. And it's not about this person or that person whatsoever. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Chang. Thank you, Commissioner Chang.
And I'm
for your-
reclaiming the rest of my time, and I just want to say, I don't believe we've ever had this like 50% vote thing, so I'm really interested how this all happened, but yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
well, I certainly didn't propose it.
I
that's for
worked
sure.
on it, and over the course of several meetings, we voted on it.
Yes, this is not something that's been sprung on you. This was provided, you guys looked
Oh,
at it.
no, I
there
know,
was
I'm
no
just saying,
comments. So-
I did not
so-
create this policy.
And I have to say, in your comments about race and equality,
I didn't say
Okay.
race.
okay.
Please.
Anyways, so thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from anyone else? So will I get a second on my motion on these committees?
I will second.
Thank you. Let's take a roll call vote.
Okay. The motion is to adopt the proposed 2020 committee assignments as written. Commissioner Alpert.
No.
Chang.
Abstain.
Mendoza.
Pass.
Pablet.
Abstain.
Solosky.
Yes.
Simon Weisberg.
No.
Sotovejil.
No.
Tregub.
No.
Liberte.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-4. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Commissioner Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4-2.
Okay, so next month, then I need to come with a new, okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure, Commissioner Alpert.
I agree with your sentiment earlier that I don't think it's good to have Commissioner Mendoza not serving on commissions. If you made a motion to keep the committees as is, but fill in the gaps where former Commissioner Murphy left, she would be able to serve in those commissions or the subcommittees until such time as we change our mind for the next.
Second.
We can't make a motion. Only she can make a motion.
You're right.
But if I would support that, and I think it would allow us to move forward pending further changes next meeting.
I'm trying to remember, she was on,
Can staff help us know, remind us which commissions those
Can
were?
I say something?
no,
I filled
you're
in-
not recognized. I did not recognize you.
I haven't the
You're
answer.
not recognized,
You're not
Commissioner,
recognized.
please. Let's see, I think I have that, hold on.
I have the answer.
I can check that really quickly if you need me to.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so I do have it.
You have it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, so budget and personnel last year was La Verde, Solosky, Simon Weisberg, and Tregub. Eviction Section 8 was Murphy, Poblet, Solosky. Habitable and Sustainable Housing, Hash, Chang, Sotovihil, and Tregub. IRA was Alpert, La Verde, Poblet, Simon Weisberg. Outreach, Alpert, Chang, Murphy, Sotovihil. The joint 4x4 was Alpert, La Verde, Simon Weisberg, and Tregub, and then ad hoc committee on technology issues was Chang and Solosky. I realized that Commissioner Sotovihil was on 2.
Can I clarify, please?
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. When Commissioner Murphy vacated, there was, I think, 2 people on the eviction Section 8 foreclosure, and I said that I'd be willing to step in that role temporarily. So that position would fill with my with me bouncing out of there.
So Commissioner Alpert, can you repeat what your suggestion was, please?
My suggestion was we adopt last year's committee assignments with Commissioner Mendoza filling in for Commissioner Murphy pending further changes at the next meeting, which I believe you could just make a motion to that effect. You don't have to specify exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm amenable to that suggestion. So then, excuse me, Commissioner Traeger.
I have another question, and I don't have the last year's list in front of me.
I can give it to you.
Thank you. This is more of a, this is best decided in a conversation, not in an open meeting. But to the extent that any of these appointments have fewer than 4 individuals and were not occupied by Commissioner Murphy at the time and would be a subcommittee that Commissioner Mendoza would also like to serve on, if there was a way to do that. Yeah.
What was that again? Repeat that one more time, please.
It would be, yeah, so I'm suggesting, and this can be integrated into the motion, that we, for now, appoint Commissioner Mendoza to all the committees that her predecessor served in, plus if there are any committees that have fewer than 4, that had or have fewer than 4 members, that she would also like to be a part of.
She doesn't want to be on any of the ones that have.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, then it's moot.
Excuse me. James.
Yeah, so
James.
I would like to think that by February we're going to have a resolution. So let's not make a decision as if it's going to be a final decision. So let's just go with what originally Commissioner Sally Alpert suggested, because we want to make sure that Commissioner Mendoza gets on a committee just to get her feet wet, and then Chair, I hope we'll come to a resolution.
Okay, I agree. So then I move that we adopt that for this month until next month, that Commissioner Mendoza will be, will be on the previous committees that Commissioner Murphy was on, and then on February, we will bring a new committee assignment.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Great. Let's move on. Thank you very much. So we're, let's see. So next we have the commissioner attendance on the board committee meetings through the 4th quarter of 2019. Director Kalekian. Let me get some water.
Unless there's questions, it speaks for itself, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Right. Are we?
Oh,
Actually, Chair,
Actually, did I miss something?
yes, we need
SB
to vote
50,
on
oh my gosh,
8A1.
let's do that. Let's do that, because that's way more. Oh, so affordable housing in Berkeley now. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Commissioner Poblet, can you please read the letter?
Sure. As background, Senator Wiener introduced Senate Bill 50 on December 3rd, 2019, and the bill is being debated right now. We're bringing a recommendation that in keeping with previous votes on similar state bills, the Rent Board should write a letter to Senator Wiener, Senator Skinner, and the committees the bill will come before, expressing our opposition to SB 50. The rationale is as follows. The bill fails to address the longstanding concerns of the Berkeley Rent Board regarding housing affordability, stabilization of communities impacted by racial inequity, and local democratic control. Our opposition is twofold. Number one, incentives are not the real problem. There's no incentive necessary to build market rate housing in our communities. Building market rate housing is one of the most profitable enterprises in our state. Real estate speculation is rampant because of how strong the monetary incentives already are. Real estate is one of the most profitable business sectors in our state. Real estate speculation, not lack of housing supply, has been proven again and again to be fueling the housing affordability crisis. Number two, impacted communities are absent. This bill was drafted without meaningful dialogue and integration of the concerns of tenant organizations. This is the third iteration of a bill claiming to address housing affordability without meaningful consultation with the organizations whose expertise should be the foundation of public policy regarding housing affordability. So-called sensitive communities, communities of color, and women of color, who are the most rent burdened in the state, need the power at minimum to decide if they wish to opt in. Without leadership from the organizations working in vulnerable communities, it's not surprising that the protections offered are insufficient. A true community-based consultation process engaging low-income people, renters, and other vulnerable community members is necessary. Since the voices of those community leaders are not in the conversation, we can bring them in ourselves right here. The executive director of Tenants Together, representing 50 grassroots organizations, Lupe Arriola, said, however well-intentioned, SB 50 will have negative consequences on displacement in marginalized communities with few tenant protections. It is crucial for exclusionary communities that benefited from the redlining of poor people and communities of color to contribute towards eliminating the shortage of affordable housing in California. Our objections are rooted in the concern that SB 50 would enact untested policies upon California's most vulnerable residents, specifically communities of color and low and moderate income neighborhoods near transit, who are at higher risk of gentrification, displacement, and rising income inequality.
Okay, Commissioner Chan.
Thank you. So before we engage on this discussion, I would actually ask that we table this item and move and vote on this next month. I would really ask that we give either individuals or organizations that support SB 50 an opportunity to present this, and actually an opportunity for us to ask hard-hitting questions. A lot of these things that are meant to be in a letter are things that demand answers. And I think as elected officials, we have the right to ask those questions to people who are advocating for these legislation. And I think it would be really great if we actually had that dialogue and be able to ask those questions directly to whether it's East Bay for Everyone, whether it's YIMBY Action, whether it's California YIMBY, whether it's Senator Wiener's legislative office, whether it's him himself. I would really like to see that happen. So I will go ahead and actually motion that we carry this over next month in order for us to invite somebody to answer questions about SB 50 before we vote on it.
Second.
Are you kidding?
No, absolutely not.
So,
You don't need to.
yeah, I'll give you an opportunity to explain, Commissioner Sotovejil.
First of all, I agree that we need to have proponents and opponents to be here to answer some questions. I mean, when you look at this text, what does it really mean? We have anytime, and I looked it up, I've researched proponents and the opponents and what they're arguing, and I get what they're saying. But I will say that as I've traveled internationally for the last couple of years, we are so backwards in terms of density and building up. We really are. And so the YIMBYs and the NIMBYs both have good points. They do. And I'd like to have a little more fleshed out conversation, particularly with a rent board like us who's been here for so long, to have if we're going to oppose this, our state senator and our assembly member are sponsors of this. We need to have a more dialogue discussion. Why don't we have one of their staffers come forward and talk to us about why they're pushing this when we have rent insecurities in this community? I'd love to hear someone come up to us who have a vested interest in the passage of this come forward. And I hear where you're coming from. I love this letter in certain ways, and I also think that it's narrow in its viewpoint, quite frankly, because, and I love you all, is that I swear to God, if you go travel around the world, you'll see how we don't have density around BARTs. It is atrocious environmentally that we don't have density in certain areas. It really is. And then, yeah, we're a corporate society. We're a capitalistic society. Until we change that, which I'm happy to help, and hopefully this motivates us, what are we going to do to build density? We
Thank
don't
you,
have power.
Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. So I just want to remind you that this is going to go before the Senate committee on January 31st, I believe it is. So we don't have an opportunity to come back in February. Commissioner Simon Weisberg, you wanted to say something? And Commissioner Alpert.
Yeah, so I think there are many of us who have had the financial privilege to travel, and there may have been folks who don't. So I think, talking about people's travels thing is just kind of shocking, especially from Commissioner Sotovejel. But the other thing is there are many of us who are deep experts in the housing crisis, some of us who have spent some intense experience, and the fact that Moms for Housing did a serious and deep demonstration to shut down the thing, and that it is shameful that the people representing us are supporting this, and that people from our council that I, had supported were there, and frankly, I'm embarrassed that there were commissioners that were supporting it. I think it's outrageous, and the thing is, if maybe people haven't, not one attempt at talking to any legitimate tenant group in the state was made. Not one. Not come and nobody showed up. Not one attempt. There is not one tenant group that is endorsing this. So if they're the rent board to take this attitude that there's something in SB 50, this is just SB 35 all over again. And I think it's pretty insulting that people who have spent their entire professional adult careers working on this stuff, and that we put this together, and to say like somehow we didn't. And it's pretty shocking. Well,
Okay.
who do you think put this together, and to say that somehow there's not enough?
Commissioner, you're not recognized, please. Commissioner.
I just think that it is, so I, strongly oppose us not doing it. The time frame that the chair just spoke, and this is on a really important moment, and it is really problematic. And I think the fact, if they had come and spoken to any of us, right? And when Wiener did SB 35, he did the same thing. He didn't talk to anybody, and then after the fact, tried to do this amendment and that amendment. And even now, the conversations, every time they talk to a different person, they have a different list of amendments. So they're not even being straight with any of us. And I think you should be insulted that they even presented this, and be furious that that our people representing us did this without any consultation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Solosky.
There were other hands up.
I'm sorry.
But let me just say, was there a motion and a second?
No, not yet.
Yes, there's a motion and a second on the
So
floor.
I'm going to make a substitute motion to accept the letter, to send the letter as presented here tonight.
Second.
Second.
Can I?
I'm sorry, excuse me, who got it? I heard 2 seconds.
Can I second with one amendment, which is to add Assemblymember Wicks to the list of recipients?
Oh, yes.
Is that amenable to the maker?
Is that amenable?
Solosky, Commissioner?
Oh,
Okay.
Commissioner Alpert?
I agree with Commissioner Sotomayor that we are backwards in terms of density. I don't think that this will solve that problem. I think it could have. I think the author could have worked with tenants organizations and come up with a bill that actually created dense, affordable housing near transit. I think that's what we need. I disagree with Commissioner that NIMBYs ever have good points. I would like to support something like SB 50 that did force racist, exclusionary communities that don't build apartments to build apartments. I mean, we know that there are those, they're out there, they're in Alameda County. But this is not that bill. It could be, and that's why I'm hoping that we can win some amendments. I don't think we will, but I hope that we can work with the author to make amendments, but he quite frankly has not demonstrated any interest in doing so. And so until such time as he does, I think I agree with the, oppose unless amended position that as written, it does not address the needs that we have in California.
So I'm going to call myself and hold on, Commissioner Tragub. So I did read the law. I did go through it. And this law has nowhere does it talk about any way of funding affordability. And it actually allows for building on flood zones. So I don't like that, because we know if you know anything about the building in Texas, there's been flooded buildings all over the place. So I have a big issue with that. Sacramento is a big flood zone. So, but I also it's an idea that this is somehow if you build, the prices are going to come down for the middle class. Actually, Senator Wiener told reporters at last Tuesday's press conference that there needs to be building. There's a need for more market rate housing to bring down prices for people in the middle class, and that type of trickle down thinking is horrendous. It's not going to work. And I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Sotovejil. When I was 11 years old, I told my father I did not want to speak Spanish anymore. So at the age of 12, I was sent to Colombia, and I spent a year in Colombia with all my family, going to the different houses, going to the different locations. And throughout my life, I visited Colombia. And Bogota specifically, and I've seen example, my aunt's house that used to be all single-family homes in that area, and now on the block where she used to live on, her house is still there, and everything, there's all buildings around there, and there's supermarkets everywhere, and density can work. But the way this bill is proposing the density is not working. It's not working. My voice is not being heard. I'm working class and I'm a renter. I never dreamed to be able to own anything. And the way this bill is proposed, it's not going to be good for me. It's not going to be good for my child, and it's not good for people who don't make money. So that's what I have to say. Okay, Commissioner Tragub.
That's a hard act to follow. I first wanted to seek clarification. I heard that the motion is to to take a position of oppose unless amended, but that's different from what's written in the letter. So I wanted to just seek clarification on that point.
Commissioner.
My apologies and my gratitude to the staff for dealing with this last minute contribution. The proposal is expressing our opposition. In the packet it said unless the bill is amended, but that wasn't in the original, and that was a mistake. It was because of lack of time that we couldn't square that before the meeting.
Okay, and then if I can ask Commissioner Poblet if she's friendly to the second amendment, so in the body adding a sentence I listed.
Can you clarify what that is?
It's the one in writing that you have. I can. If you can't read my chicken scratch, I can.
Oh yes, yeah. That we would welcome an opportunity to engage in a process that would ensure that the hundreds of thousands of families facing displacement and who have been already displaced are at the table.
And are you friendly to incorporating that?
Always.
Okay.
Get the people impacted at the table. I'm here for that.
Thank you. So I have thought long and hard about this. I sat down with various tenant organizations. I got calls from some of their members down
Not
in
with
LA.
you.
I'm sorry?
Excuse me, sorry, I interrupted you, sorry.
And then late last night, I had I felt was a constructive conversation with Senator Wiener for about half an hour. And I will say that while I do think that there are some improvements over in this version over the two previous versions, unfortunately, it seems to me that this is too little, too late. And I agree that in order to have a robust, truly inclusive, deep conversation about this, there are two different frameworks at play here, and there's a clash between them. The framework that supply side will automatically solve everything and improve affordability, and the framework that is based on the shared experience of many of us on the board is the other one. And that second framework is something that, to my knowledge, I haven't been deep in these negotiations, and I appreciate those who have. But I have been following on the periphery some of the results of those discussions. And I don't think that this is a constructive framework, the way that SB 50 is written right now. It will require some serious amendments. So while there are probably different levels of openness to other amendments. I know personally, I consider myself in the camp of continuing to be open to further conversation and discussion. I think in terms of the motion at hand, it is the appropriate motion to take for the Berkeley Rent Board at this time.
I do have a question for you, Commissioner Traeger. Can you let me know which community tenant organizations you spoke with?
Most recently, Susie Shannon called me from LA, and
From who? From LA?
yeah, and Susie Shannon has been working with.
And what organization is she with?
I can't recall the name of the housing nonprofit, housing and homelessness advocacy nonprofit that she's a part of. But she has been working with a coalition of tenant advocate groups in LA. I think the context of the conversation was the fact that Susie and I do work together through the California Democratic Party Renters Caucus. And she also heads up the DNC's Poverty Caucus. So it was some of the same coalitions that came to a CDP meeting 2 years ago and advocated for supporting Prop 10, which we henceforth did overwhelmingly. So that's the most recent conversation. I have others
I appreciate that.
as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Alpert.
One kind of final point, which is on the support, oppose and oppose unless amended. Personally, I'd prefer oppose unless amended, though I'm comfortable moving forward with an opposed position if that's the majority opinion. The reason I think that oppose unless amended could be productive is I think it's possible that even with an expectation that no amendment will be made, or that no amendment will be accepted, if an amendment is proposed to the author and that becomes the baseline for what acceptable would look like, an oppose unless amended position would give more teeth to that proposal, with the expectation that if this were to die, with that proposal not accepted, that going, because it will be reproposed. I mean, I think Assemblymember Wiener, or Senator Wiener will propose this until the day he dies, that if there's an understanding that there is a set of proposals that would make it more acceptable and those have the backing of organizations behind them, that could be productive to getting those amendments adopted in the future. That's my proposal. I think if the majority doesn't want to do the unless amended, I'm comfortable moving forward, but that would be my pitch.
Commissioner Simon Weisberg.
I think it's just important for us to oppose because of the total disregard of the tenant community and the impacted community. I mean, it's like somebody coming up with, I don't know, I mean, I don't even want to give an example. But anyway, I always get in trouble when I do that. But it's, you know, SB 35 started out, you know, very similar, and we negotiated, engaged, and fought, and got, you know, some mediocre thing, and he just brought it back. So I like, no, like, we're done. Build affordable housing or don't. I mean, we just, anyway, I just feel very, very strongly that there's a real problem when the developers and the, you know, are just pushing this through, pretending they're doing it for tenants.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so everyone has had a chance to speak now. It is 10 o'clock, so I'm going to call the vote. Excuse me, well, actually, Commissioner Mendoza, if you have anything, but everybody's had a chance to speak.
I didn't have the time to speak on this substitute motion, yeah.
Not the substitute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so Commissioner Chang, so we'll go a little bit more then. I just don't want us to, go ahead, Commissioner Chiang.
Well,
And then Tragub and then Sotovejil.
Well, I just want to start off by saying I want to recognize why people, especially in the Bay Area, are well, actually in the East Bay and San Francisco, I just more specifically, are very frustrated and very, very upset with SB 50. And we do have to recognize that it is because in our communities in Berkeley and in Oakland, we do see development in our community and we do see displacement. And the reality is that we're going to continue to see that because people are going to continue to move into our neighborhoods because California is a great place to be. The issue and the reason why I, am in support of SB 50 is because these problems are caused because other areas are not building. The whole intention of SB 50 is to build housing near rich transit area, rich job areas, and nice schools. And we know every day that we see black private buses pull up on North Berkeley BART, on Ashby BART, driving workers down to South Bay, down to Cupertino, down to Palo Alto, down to Foster City, to those jobs where the job-rich jobs are. And our community is going to continue to be impacted unless legislation is created in which by right housing is able to be built near job-rich areas. And I think, so while I totally understand that, while I totally understand that people, are concerned about that, SB 50 is really for those communities. And I do just want to make a point, the person that actually killed SB 50 wasn't any tenants' rights leader or legislature in Sacramento. It was actually Assemblymember Portantino. And the last time I checked, he represents a constituent actually where I'm from, which is the San Fernando Valley. And there are more gated communities there. There are more single story, zoning, single family zonings there. So, I mean, I think it's great that, we, as tenants' rights advocates, that we obviously don't think SB 50 is there for tenants, and I don't even think SB 50 was written for tenants. What it is written for is to address the housing crisis, and what is to address the housing crisis, and I really just want to point out that it's one thing for us to say that we oppose SB 50 because it's not good enough for tenants, but the reality is that when we're opposing SB 50, we're standing with the gated communities and the leaders that represents those type of communities who don't want building, who don't want tall buildings near their communities. Those are the real leaders that are actually shutting down SB 50, not the anti-gentrification activists. Definitely the pro-suburbia, the pro-gated communities people.
Commissioner Tragub, and then Commissioner Sotovejil. And Commissioner Poblet. Actually, let me go because Commissioner Poblet hasn't spoken, and then Mike Chandes.
I just wanted to return to the issue of racial equity. The gated community advocates and the advocates for a supply-side solution to the affordability crisis agree that communities of color don't have a decision-making role in this, and that's what the Rent Board disagrees with. And we represent the people of Berkeley who will be impacted by this. And this is not a question of density, and it's not a question of supply. It's a question of affordability. If you put room temperature water in boiling water, it boils too. That's what's happening in our housing market. Speculation is driving up prices, and building market rate housing will just put it into that same speculative bubble. There are much harder solutions to this, and our representatives have to have the courage to seek those out, and we can help them find that courage.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Well, I'll just piggyback on that. I mean, I don't even know where to begin, and there's so much to say, and people are just talking in circles, but that's the America, and that's what we were built on, you know, propaganda, scamming, and taking advantage, and, you know, scheming and plotting. This is just business as usual. The voices are never heard. I've had people speak at and that's why you don't see them here. That's why you don't see them on commissions. That's why you don't see them participate, because they come and they show up and they say what their needs are, and they are not heard, ever. So we aren't going to have 100 Black people in the room at any of our meetings, because why show up? How many years has this existed on this planet, in this country? How many years? And we still see the same things are happening. Nothing has changed. And there has been no trickle down has ever trickled anywhere. So let's stop pretending that that's even a thing. I'm embarrassed and ashamed that anybody even talks about that. Building market rate housing is not going to drive the cost of housing down, okay? So let's not even, I don't even want to say what I would say to describe what that really is. And if we're in a housing crisis and we're creating a bill, as you said, that's not for tenants, well, that's interesting, because a housing crisis needs tenants to have units to live in. That's interesting, too. Anything that's fast-tracked is not thoughtful. It doesn't include, I mean, we in the recent century talk about like slow food, right? As opposed to fast food, because slow food is like real. People buy organic and non-GMO because there's a process that happens naturally. Evolution happens over time. Native Americans took care of this planet for thousands of years and had no climate crisis. But when we do drastic changes without consciousness, without any kind of care for humanity or even our own future to survive, that's called insanity. We're living in an age of insanity. Many of us are brainwashed into it. That's not our fault. We were born into it. It was insane before we got here. But are we going to continue the insanity and rhetoric around with all this nonsense? Or are we going to do something real and say something real? Economics isn't real. It was a game created to suppress the people they wanted to suppress so they could take over everything, the resources and everything. But we live like it's real as the storm that came. It has to change. People have to change it. People have to change it. It's made up. But who's going to be bold enough and brave enough to speak the truth? Politicians are politicking. They're going to say, oh, we're doing this for housing, we're doing this for this, we're doing this for that, because it looks good on their politics. But what's underneath it, especially with a whole lot of rhetoric, you know something shady is going on. Because the truth has minimal things to say. Because it's real and you don't have to say a whole bunch of nonsense. It's shameful. We're in a shameful time, and people are you know, we have to do something real. And we have to stop dancing around in circles with the the blueprint that they handed down to us. And I'm saying, I don't blame anybody because we were handed down that mind frame. Like I said, we were all born into this. So we're handed down the mind frame, but we've got to get out of it. We've got to get out of the fog and start really doing real things and calling spades spades.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, actually, we're going to go back and forth on this. Okay, so be sure. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Wait, which one? Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Tregub and then Commissioner Chang and then Sotovejil. Sorry.
Thank you.
No, Amy put it.
I was hand waving my last answer about who these folks are. So Susie Shannon, while I know her as a warrior for the poor and the unhoused, for an article from The Nation, she also is the executive director of Poverty Matters in the greater LA area. She works closely with Larry Gross, who heads up the Coalition for Economic Survival. And just to reiterate the conversations I've had with them and other advocates, to my knowledge, not a single tenant organization supports SB 50. So while there are some of us involved in other organizations who have taken positions one way or another or not taken a position, this is the Berkeley Rent Board. We have to remember which communities we represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Chan.
I mean, first and foremost, if SB 50 were to pass, there will be many, many, many hurdles to pass. I think passing the Judiciary Committee is one of many. I think the hardest one to pass would actually be appropriations, and this is assuming that they pass on the floor. I would ask my colleagues to really reconsider and having a pro SB 50 person to at least answer some of these questions. I feel a lot of anger towards this, and I think getting some answers is actually very helpful. I personally would like to hear some of these answers myself. What I do know is that there has been various attempts to make amendments, and there's continual attempts to make amendments on this. So I don't feel comfortable sending a letter like this until we at least have an opportunity to ask some questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sotovejil?
Thank you. Commissioner Mendoca, thank you for those words. The committee is Housing Committee that this is being proposed to be sent to?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So the reason why I supported the first motion that failed was because I wanted to know and invite Skinner and Wicks or their staff to come and talk about how does Section 8, can that go into some of these units? Can the rapid rehousing subsidy go into these units? I want to know the details about SB 50 and how it's going to be implemented once those units are available. I'm going to be supporting the letter for the first committee, and I think we should look at sending additional letters to committees as this issue evolves and more voices come forward. And the other thing I want to challenge our commissioners to think about is drafting a model SB 50. What would it really look like from a body from us to include the things that tenant communities that we are parts of would inject into something like this and send it forward and say, hey, what about this model? And I did want to say one last thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I can say one last thing.
The time is up.
Chair, please,
The time
deference.
is up. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, you need to just have some deference
Thank
once
you.
in a while.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we have motions we need to vote?
I think it might be helpful just to clarify the motions on the floor, if everyone would like, since there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of changes to the motion.
I believe the motion is by Solosky and myself.
What's that?
To clarify our motion, the substitute motion.
I moved the substitute, right.
Well, so we want clarification on what the substitute is.
I was going to tell you what I have, but if you'd like to restate the motion,
Well,
that's fine.
basically, the motion was to accept the letter and send the letter as
As written.
stipulated.
Yeah.
And
With the change of adding.
If I can,
As presented tonight. And I don't know about it.
Oh, and
The
Igor,
amendments are fine.
with the
If there
two
are
changes.
amendments, that's fine.
The two changes are the sentence about welcoming a inclusive process and sending it to Buffy Wicks.
So, thank you. I have all of that. What has not happened is that the language that was proposed by Tregub, when Tregub asked Pablette if she approved, Pablette didn't actually make the motion. So I need to hear from the mover and the seconder
Yes.
if that language is acceptable. Okay. So the motion I have, just to clarify, is to adopt the recommendation as written with the changes that Commissioner Pablette just stated, with the friendly amendment by, or the addition by Alpert to also send the letter to Buffy Wicks.
Actually,
Yes.
I have a
correct?
friendly amendment.
Sure, Commissioner,
Sotomayor, I just want to invite the two local authors to send a representative or themselves to this body next meeting to talk about this, why they co-sponsored it.
sure.
Thank
That'd be good.
Is that
Can I
accepted by
attempt?
the mover and seconder?
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you.
Can I attempt one more amendment? We should probably also send it to Senator Skinner.
It's
on
already
there.
Oh, it is on
Skinner.
there? Okay,
Yes,
great.
yes, the
Great.
two legislators.
Okay.
Just to confirm, so we're going to send it to three legislators, Assemblymember Wicks, Senators Skinner
Wiener?
and Senator Wiener. We're going to have this extra sentence that was put in, okay? So now we can,
And there was,
and invite them, yes.
Can I just get a clarification? Invite them to the next meeting?
Yes, invite them to the next meeting,
Okay.
or a representative, okay?
want it if they come.
Could you,
What?
Yes,
If they come, then they can come. I don't want, you know,
a
some,
legislative aid.
yeah, I don't want a legislative aid.
Okay, so
Talk with
only,
them all the time.
oh, so only if the senators and the assembly member shows
on,
up.
that's-
Actually,
Why?
I totally, we're
That's
like.
pure ego.
Yes,
No, it's that they didn't bother talking.
okay. So let's take a vote, please.
Can you text him, Igor? Just kidding.
I can try. It might not go over well, though.
roll call?
So I'm going to have a roll call, please. Okay, come on.
Commissioner Alpert?
Yes.
Chang?
No.
Mendonça?
Yes.
Pablette?
Yes.
Solosky?
Yes.
Simon Weisberg?
Yes.
Sotovihil?
Clarification, it's a yes, but we're sending it to the committee too? Okay. 3 legislators, the committee. Yes. And the invitation.
Yes.
And we want a pony.
Okay, let's go. Let's keep it. We still have some more
Sotovihil,
stuff to do.
was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Tregub?
I like ponies, and I'm voting yes.
Laverde?
Excuse me? You call me? Yes, by all means. I got distracted.
Motion carries without ponies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good discussion.
We said no to Wiener.
Yes. Okay, so now I'm sorry, I skipped over. So now we go to commissioner attendance on the board committees. We go to the non-information announcements and news articles, and we're going to number 1.
It's in your packet. Did you have something that you needed to clarify?
No, just in general, just to repeat, whenever we present the attendance, if we don't hear back from any commissioners, if they have any objections, we publish it on the website. That's just per our policy.
Great.
So-
Actually, I do have a question regarding emails.
Okay.
When in committee meetings, maybe I don't know if I can address this now, maybe we can. So in committee meetings, when information is sent out to commissioners to confirm their attendance to committee meetings, what are our rules? Do we have some rules for that?
Do you want me to?
Can you kind of refreshen this for everybody? Because this is a new year, a new session. We want to make sure that our commissioners are responding a timely manner to make sure, because our staff works really hard. So can you
Sure.
let us know?
So per Resolution 1416, which was adopted several years ago, the board agreed that email would be the primary way that we communicate, including scheduling with members of the board. When a committee staffer sends out an email to, for example, members of the Eviction Section 8 Committee saying, we have a meeting scheduled for on this date at this time, please respond with your availability. You have 72 hours from the date of that meeting confirmation email to respond if you can't make it. And in this case, if you don't respond, silence equals consent, so we assume that you will be there. If someone responds the same day because they're stuck in traffic or they can't make it, we understand things happen and we really appreciate that heads up, but that does not actually excuse you for the purposes of attendance and compensation. So basically for any meeting, including with the exception of board meetings, especially for committee meetings, it is really important that when you get that email from your committee staffer saying, how about this time, this date, please respond, that you do get back to that person within 3 days. Because what has ended up happening is that we haven't heard back from members of committees. We've put together an agenda packet, we've published it, and then we find out maybe the day before that it's canceled. So, which is just not a...
I just want to make one small clarification.
Yes.
There's two types of emails that a staffer would send out. Most of the time what we do is we set the committee meeting, well, ideally, we set a year's worth of committee meetings and everybody knows. And we're just sending you a reminder. But if we're going month to month, and you're at the end of one committee meeting, we'll say, when's the next meeting? The staff person the next day or in a reasonable amount of time is supposed to send something out saying, confirming that we're meeting, February 15th or whatever the date. That's so that everybody has the ability to go double check their schedules and/or if there's a member who isn't there, so that they're notified. That gives them the ability to notify the staff to say, oh, wait, I won't be there. So that in that situation, there won't be a penalty. Sometimes staff will be trying to poll members to see who can make it Thursday, can you make, so there might be multiple days. That's different. We haven't set a meeting. So in that scenario, you really should respond so that we can do it. And it's triggered once a date is actually set.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does that sort of answer your question?
Yes, yes. I just want to make sure all the committee members, all the commissioners are aware of that, of the importance of being communicative with the staff and being respectful of staff's time. Okay, so then let's move on to recent Remport outreach events.
Well,
Chair, I was just going to...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you. I just want to say, if we can move past item 9 and 10 as quick as possible so that we can go into our closed session. We have 5 litigations that we're going to talk about.
Yes, I understand.
And we have folks here who are waiting for that.
I understand. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'd love to
Thank
go
you,
fast.
Commissioner. But this is also important, just to look through them and just brief. They're brief. They're 1 minute each. So thank you. Go ahead.
I'll be brief on number 2,
yes.
both in deference to the board and because my Outlook no longer works. So I got an update on the full list of outreach activities, but I'm not able to access it.
Sure.
I know yesterday we did our first workshop back, in the new year. We took a bit of a hiatus during December. We've also are about to resume counseling on Cal Campus. I'm sure there are other things that will be upcoming, but I'll catch up on them next time.
Okay, thank you. And the next item is there's some affordable housing in Berkeley, 6 units. You can win the lotto, and actually, if you don't make more than $79,000 a year, you can actually throw your hat in the ring and see if you can get a 1-bedroom, I think, or 2 bedrooms. And I think the 1 bedrooms are going for...
It's 5 1-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom.
Oh, let's put it.
What I read is it's 5 1-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom, so there's no 2-bedroom, which is kind of disappointing that there's no option for that person who might want a 2-bedroom.
The condos, yes.
Yeah, so.
Yes,
And it's $79,000 to $99,000 or something.
The press release. The press release
It's
is
on
in the
the
packet, and
It's
the
on the link.
hyperlink is on our agenda.
But this is apparently the first time in like 14 years there's an option of actually having some affordable condominiums in Berkeley. Okay, so then we have a couple news articles. I think they stand on them for themselves. But we're going to go now to item number 7. which is a report back from the city manager's information session on the strategic plan that Vice Chair Simon Weisberg attended this evening, and that's why she showed up at 8 o'clock. So,
they've made these
Microphone, please.
Mike.
Microphone.
They've made these beautiful posters. Who? The city of Berkeley, to show its strategic plan. And so each square, I'll pass this around. And then there was a PowerPoint to explain all, these are our goals. And then the different projects, there are 460-something projects. And then talked about all the different projects under the different categories and how it works, and for us to get more familiar with the strategic plan so that people on the commissions can understand how our work fits into it. I actually thought it was more like to redo the strategic plans about the commissions, but it was actually to teach the commissioners about what's in the Berkeley strategic plan. So that was interesting.
I do have a question. Did they talk about the, what is it called, the housing, sorry about that, the housing,
Getting my PowerPoint, yes?
the framework? Did they talk about the housing framework and what role it plays in the strategic plan?
No, because it hasn't been approved. It's not part of the
Okay.
strategic plan.
Okay.
I can pass around the PowerPoint. I think that it is helpful to, I think the most important thing is that for the entire strategic plan, you can see on a city website, kind of, and it's updated on a quarterly basis, where they are on all 460-something projects, down to the very small minutia. So I asked about the website, and when is the website going to be modernized? And they said that in July we should start seeing a version, but that we can also look on this basically fancy Excel sheet for the project to see where things stand, and that all our projects have beginning and end dates, which was kind of an interesting thing. And I have to say that I, go to many different city government hearings, and I have to say, our people are very polished. And it was a very good presentation. It was very informative. I just think it's funny that, in light of that, we have the website we do. But we have really great staff.
Yeah. Creating websites was a challenge. As my state job, I have to deal with websites, and that's very, very staff intensive, so.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now let's jump over to item 10, committee board meeting updates and announcements. So we don't really, actually, all the chairs, present chairs, please call the meetings for, well, actually, you could call meetings for now in the next board meeting if you like. We do have work to do. So that's what I encourage you guys to do.
Yeah.
Okay?
There's a 4x4 committee scheduled for the
Yeah.
30th.
Yeah, there is a 4x4 committee schedule on the 30th. And we have a lot of interesting topics to address there. We're looking at the relocation ordinance. We're looking at possible ordinance for rental registry. That's just to name the two off the top of the head, maybe. So, okay. And some ballot measures, yes, some ballot measures. Okay, so we're gonna go into closed session. We may lose all our audience, so actually we have to go into closed session, so we can't adjourn yet, so. No, we can't adjourn.
You adjourn to reconvene.
meeting?
You adjourn to reconvene in closed session, and then you come back to make an announcement about what action, if any, was taken.
Okay, okay, so we'll close the meeting after, okay. Thank you very much.
Amy. Ways and so is everybody else, right? We have our good things. Because what I've seen is other countries not being so decentralized in their housing policy. Right?
You
Which
know
is
what
a
they-
great thing. We are
I
so
know,
ass
I
backwards
know,
in
but
this
you've done it
country.
in 2 meetings, and it's just kind of.
London, Paris,
You're going to Europe.
Rome,
Go to Asia, buddy.
Barcelona,
Go to Asia.
they're all 5-story cities and they're dense. They're dense.
Yeah, but they're also, you know, you can afford them.
Well, because they have vacancy control and rent control and socialized housing, not because they built like maniacs.
Oh, no.
Or that they've made it easy for developers to build.
There isn't massive.
Well, in Spain and London there are.
Yeah.
That's actually not true.
Told him on his travels.
Oh my God, I'm like, give me a fucking break.
Okay. Do I have to take notes?
I have
No.
a picture on my wall of a bunch of buildings in Canada that are, you know, it's like 48 buildings. But it's like, it's so insane that it's actually art because it's just like block. Block, and it's just like, just because in China they.
Oh, there you are.
How many times have you gone to the Twitter? You gotta go to close that.
Technically, the meeting is over, but it's just going to be hearing dead air for, possibly up to 30 or 40 minutes. I have no way of knowing how long I'll be in there, so. So it's up to you, just let me know so that I can, they've got 6 or 7 cases to get updates on, and depending on how long they talk. I mean, it's been known to last 15 minutes or 45 minutes, so.
I'm coming, sorry. No, I feel like you literally just told me what I told you last week. But anyways, I feel like you and I just literally repeat over each other.
It's going to be a long night. Here? Does she have a leash? Okay, do you want to call me back or just stay on hold or what? Yeah, so just speak up when you make a decision. Okay, thanks. I'll just keep you on the line. Mhm.
She's deaf. Yeah, so she's not scared of the electric, she can't hear. somebody else in here, yeah.
Yeah, I might be concerned because I know a lot of people are allergic to cats.
Yeah.
So if we had other members of the public, I'd probably say no.
I would say no, yeah.
But we don't. And I just took allergy medication, so I should be okay.
She likes you.
I know.
She likes you. And
You want me to pay you?
She hasn't came over here once.
Okay.
I'm waiting for her to come
She
this
don't
way.
like
She
you.
hasn't came this way. And
She
I'm
doesn't
a
like
little
you?
person.
Oh, okay. I just washed my hands with soap, so maybe she doesn't like the smell.
If I knew what she thought, I'd be great, but I have no idea.
Yeah.
Just trying my best to make her happy. But
Yeah.
don't always succeed.
Okay.
Yeah? She's not messing with you at all.
You might like my earphones. Cats, I mean, they're just like people, like they just like some people and,
Right.
you know? It's funny, even though I'm allergic to them, they always want me to pet them, which is so funny. So I'm like, okay.
Curiosity.
Sorry, Jenna, I'm so used to having the compost bin in the kitchen, I didn't even,
The green tea
Yeah,
came
you
to
I
me.
didn't even look, I didn't even,
You're the second person to ask me. I'm like, it's there.
it's right there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Kitty? When she wakes up in the morning, I have a little wand,
Yeah.
I wave at her. That seems to calm her down. There's a Apollo water breeder in Florida. Yes,
Oh, are
usually they're.
Are you Michael?
I am.
Oh, you told me about you.
You're her boo.
Her boo.
Usually they're smooth and short hair.
Yeah. Maybe it's those earrings you got in. Nothing, not messing with us tonight at all. She's like, you smell too much like dog. She went around you.
You gonna get paid for all this time you're here?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Good, good.
It just sucks because I have to turn around. I live in Antioch. And I have to turn around and get up at 4 o'clock and then come back here at 5. So, yeah. Oh, well, maybe there's a chance.
What's the traffic like at that time? Late when you come from Fairfield? Because
At 5 o'clock, well, at about 4:30, it's getting a little heavy, but, yeah. Yeah. No, it's all, you know, everybody's figuring out what to do. You know? I mean, it's, sometimes it's stop and go when you're, you know, getting
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, no problem. Thanks so much for, hey, so I talked to BCM about that, the internal server error. I saw it too. Because you usually get your feed from the live webcast, right? Sacramento area. So they couldn't, the CSU put a new encoder in, which as I understand it is the hardware that allows that sort of facilitates the stream. And I was told it wouldn't interfere with it by IT, and BCM says they can see everything live on their website, but I will talk to IT and see if we can fix this for next month. Well, no, that's usually my job. I usually log on to the, it's called Granicus, it's what the city uses to live web stream, but I haven't been able to access that site from my laptop for a couple of months, but it still seemed like you were able to get audio and video, so I'm not quite sure what's different now. Yeah, we still been getting the stream, it's just tonight, it wasn't up on the thing, then I know, like, I went to BCM, so they maybe had a back stream on their, directly on their website. Oh, they said they. At least not the public. Oh, really? Because they said they did. Okay, let me start, because. They had channel 28, but not channel 33. Channel 33 says coming soon, so. Really? Now, you mean channel 33 on TV or channel 33 on the internet? On the internet. Yeah, it says streaming of channel 33 coming soon. Coming soon, interesting. Okay, let me go ask Jeff about that, and then Tafari, he's our technician from BCM. And I'll call Brian and see if we can't get that fixed for next time. Cool, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thanks. Bye. Okay, so Mike, if they, couldn't get anything on the live web stream, and I talked to Brian, and you said it was broadcasting on BCM, and he said, well, I looked on
had her?
Since February.
Oh, so fairly new.
Mm-hmm.
Was she a rescue?
No, Paula got her from a breeder in Florida.
Oh, so she's Paula's.
She what?
She's Paula's?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I have partial ownership.
Partial custody?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Cleo,
Cleo.
like Cleopatra.
That's it. Oh, she says my name. She's very.
She's fearless. She can't hear anything.
She can't hear?
No.
Really? Because it seems like she's drawn to anywhere where we're talking. I just assumed it was.
No, she can't hear.
But you know where the action is.
Yeah, sometimes I walk in and she'll be in the bedroom and she'll come out and meow. I was like, how did you know I was here?
Right.
Maybe
But
the
you don't
air
say-
or something.
Vibrate. You
Maybe.
don't say anything? You don't.
I could
say,
yell.
I'm home.
Yeah, you could do, she won't hear, she doesn't hear anything.
Interesting.
So Paula vacuums and she doesn't
Doesn't bother?
bother her. She's not aware.
She's very curious. So she's young? She's,
Yeah, it's born in February, I think,
oh, born in February, okay.
something like that.
So she's, yeah, she's still a kid.
She'll get a little brother soon.
Oh, yeah?
And then I'll have most ownership and Paula will have a little ownership.
Well, there's a lot of data to support that animals are really neuroregulating, for, everything from, disease to depression to just improving your general.
Well, more so dogs, I think.
Yeah, more so dogs, yeah, but, true.
But Paula likes cats.
Right, exactly. But if you love cats, then maybe it's more so cats for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, with the cat, you have to earn their affection.
Right.
And it's just totally fictional.
Right. Obsession. Okay, so. They're all off now. Do you want some barbecue chips?
No, thank you.
Okay, this is my dinner.
Oh, wonderful.
I just didn't have a chance to eat, so I was like, just snacking on them all for the meeting.
Were you in pain earlier?
I keep hitting my bloody knee on this thing. There's a strut,
Yeah.
and I keep turning around because I can't see it, it's under the desk, and just hitting, and you hit it in that spot and you see stars for a second.
I saw your whole face.
Oh, I was like trying not to cry.
You're like, oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, I was just like, breathe, breathe. Yeah, I keep hitting it, and I need to figure that out.
You talked to Ginny?
No, I haven't. But you said she got back to you a while ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Jenny's funny. I'll text her and then she'll text me a couple times and then I don't hear from her for 4 or 5 months and all of a sudden she'll say, hey, how you doing? Then I'll text her back and then I don't hear from her for 6 months. She's been like that for the last 10 years.
Really?
We lived together and worked together for 11 years straight beside each other every day.
Wow.
Then she got together with a psycho guy who she ended up marrying and having a child with, and then he was kind of stalking her, so she fled to Washington, and she just dropped off the face of the earth. I didn't even know where she was.
Where's her child at?
Oh, it's with her. She graduated from high school. I think she's now in college, but I didn't even know where she was.
Wow.
Because the guy was calling all of her friends to try and find out where she was, so she didn't want to. So she actually found a friend of ours from Rio on Facebook and tracked me down that way.
Oh, wow.
But she's in Washington, so I haven't seen her in over 25 years.
Wow.
Oh.
you going to Rio this year?
No, probably not. My mom's not doing well, and I'm like the only person to take care of her, so all of my spare time is spent doing that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But I would love to get up there sometime. She really likes it up there. I have to wait till she's feeling better.
Right.
My brother is kind of useless. He doesn't really do anything, so it's all me.
Oh, wow. Now, do you have to get up and work tomorrow morning, or?
Oh, yeah. Same thing. Don't you?
Yeah, I have to get up at 4.
4.
I'm here at 5.
You're here at 5 and you still work the late shift?
Uh-huh.
Is it like a 16-hour day?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Oh, only 2 days.
Uh-huh.
So then, do you have the other days off?
No.
No.
I still come in, I do my regular shift, 40 hours a week, and then when you guys are here, that's my OT. So on Tuesdays, I only have 2 hours of free time, and I just go to the marina and sleep. I do. And then like today, I have technically 3 to 4 hours.
Right.
So I went to the marina and slept. Well, I tried to, but there were so many commotions with this homeless stuff, so I'm like, let me get out of here.
So would you get overtime? Do you get time and a half or double time? For your overtime? Time and a half? That's good.
You know, I live all the way in Antioch.
I know. I'm so.
I know.
It's such a long way to go to get home.
Right.
So yeah, all I've got to do is go to Oakland and then.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah.
And you can't go to sleep right away, and then so.
No.
When we go in the late nights,
Yes.
that's when I'm like, okay, we ain't getting down here.
No.
No.
Some people can just go home and crash.
I can't.
It takes me like 3 hours to wind down.
Yeah. Yeah. And then my alarm clock's going off, I'm like,
Right. But you know what? At least we have a job
that's.
and we have a home.
Yes.
Not everyone does.
And we got a 3-day weekend.
Exactly.
I'm good to go.
Yeah. That's great. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what else y'all, but the district is closed. That admin building is locked down at 5 o'clock tomorrow. You have to go to staff meeting. They can't bring you on a holiday. They can all those marches and all that shit. You watch your movie? It's Monday, this one is falling. So wait on.
So Michael, did you watch the meeting?
I was only here for the last half hour. Maybe.
Oh, I mean, you don't watch it on the internet?
No, I was attending a function in Sausalito, actually.
Oh, well, if you think about, if you remember, tell Paula, I think she did a wonderful job tonight. It was a very challenging meeting.
Yeah, she was very, very nervous about it.
Yes, yeah,
That's good, I'll definitely let her know.
yeah. I think she did a fantastic job. She was really.
You should, I'll tell her. You
Oh,
should
no,
tell
I'm
her,
going to tell her too, but
because she needs to hear that.
no, I know. I tell her as often as I can.
Yeah, but I'll tell her.
Yeah, she's, you know, it's not an easy job.
But she, you know, we all have our stuff, so she wonders if it's her.
I know. Most of the time, no, it's not.
Yeah. Dang. Another 3 days?
Was she attacked today?
Was she what?
Attacked?
Yeah.
Now, but
Well,
you're gonna be down here Monday.
Yeah, I mean, she knew that was gonna happen, so she had some tactics. And I think for the most part, they worked well, but, you know, there are always people who don't respect boundaries don't respect boundaries, so.
Will be working their normal shift at their normal site on Monday, January 27th. If you have any further questions, please feel free to call Lauren over. I was going to, I love Collins.
You are so curious. You may not be able to hear, but you can certainly see. Coming up?
Tuesday and Wednesday is gonna rain, Thursday was right up.
That's funny.
Saturday is.
Did you see her? She just kind of went, like she heard something.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
But if you judge by vacuum cleaners and loud clapping and loud noises, she doesn't respond. She doesn't
Yeah.
has no startled response.
Oh, diesel, that's so good.
No, you do, because then we have to officially adjourn the meeting. So yeah, just turn your.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so just have to announce that we took 2 votes, and I'm guiding legal staff on some legal recommendations. I adjourn this meeting in honor of Mrs.
Whitney Dotson.
Dodson and in honor of the moms for housing.
It's not Miss, it's,
Thank you.
it's Director, and it's amazing.
Oh, it's Paula's. She's so cute.
That's my car, actually, this is like a half year.
Where's the South Berkeley? That was quick, Amy.
Yeah, that was quick. Yeah, I was fine. They did.
Hey,
Did you get it?
Mr. Mustache Man.
Have you met Cleo?
Yeah. You're new.
Well, Michael brought it.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Yes, she's a Democrat, Democrat, curly hair Democrat, but actually they have a lot, she has a lot more hair, it's usually Democrat. And she's a definite runoff, because like that's, that's what she does. She does that on her Instagram, and makes her, put a leash on her, and she walks outside.
She's indoor cat.
She did it on put leashes on her, and so, and she's also hypoallergenic too.
Oh, that's good. Oh, good, that's great.
Oh, yes, okay, let's get everything out.
Cats kill billions of birds. You know how many crows we have now? Like 1 million crows. We did a crow eradication. And if the cats only, like the smartest birds around. And if the cats only kill the crows, we can have competition. That's gotta change. All right. It is cheap. Get in there, cat.
Thank you, Janet. Where are we going? Oh, I think you did really well tonight.
Okay. I was actually called a light-skinned Latina today. I have never in my life been called that. I'm light-skinned, and that's why I have more privilege.
That's why you have more what?
That's why I have more privilege.
Oh,
In my life, I've ever been called that. Oh, do you want this?
What? Oh, you know what, just leave it there. That's
That's
fine.
cardboard.
No, I know, but they'll just leave it there. I'll get it next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, gotta put it in that box. Those people are waiting for us.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna Cleo.
I'm like,